Hmm. There we go. Let's see here. Whoop, whoop. Little too dark, I think. There we go. Sorry, Ogenix. Didn't actually mean to scare you. Or maybe I did. You never know. Hey, Snow. C. ZX. How is everybody today? Or everybody who's here so far, which may be virtually none of you. Oof. Hello, Bowman. How are you this fine evening? You know, Illusion. Unfortunately, I actually get that a lot. I hear a lot of people say that I just randomly start streaming, and I'm like, wahahaha, because that's usually how I start my streams, and they say, oh my god, you scared me. Darn those kids, Bowman. Oh, you can really see my fangs today, can't you? My canines, excuse me. Probably just the lighting. I actually have pretty white teeth, all things considered. Hey everyone, happy Halloween, as of course. Dominion Lackey. You will die, Illusion. Hey Rascor. Hey Eagle Scout. Hey Friggle. Did I miss anybody? Aded. Hey Aded. What's up? Hey the Haze. Nice to see you all. I do feel like the glasses almost detract from it a little bit, but I'm pretty much completely blind without the glasses, I'll be honest with you. Hey Omni. What's up? Fun fact, I actually got this cloak back in high school, which would put it at about 18 years ago? No, a little longer than that. Whatever. Point being, it still fits me and it's still awesome. It's another one of those custom tailored things. I actually had a friend of mine craft it, basically herself. I paid for it, of course. It was several $100s. But it's an awesome cloak, and it's really, really nice cotton material. And I try very hard to keep it nice and clean and in good shape. Really comfy, too. So, per request, I'm going to go ahead and be playing the continuation of God, dang, I am really pale. That's actually not a good thing. Anyways, I'm going to be playing Costume Quest tonight. I also have actually a topic to discuss with you guys. I thought maybe it'd be interesting to toss at you. And no, Omni, I'm not Vader. I'm Palpatine. Surely you could tell that just by my general disposition. With each passing moment, you make yourself more my servant. It is inevitable. It is your destiny. I mean, come on. I used to actually be able to do a perfect Palpatine impression. I've kind of lost it over the years. Yes, Eagle Scout, I have actually seen the Days of Future Past trailer. I'm not sure if I like it or not yet, because it shows very little information, but I kind of like that. But at the same time, I'm very hesitant because the last, like, 5 X-Men movies have all been crap, or tolerable at best, so I'm just kind of like, actually, Omni, I have a bit of a blood disorder right now. I actually don't remember the name right now. But it's one of the symptoms of the things I'm dealing with right now, and shrug. Just another little problem. But yeah, this is pretty much genuinely how pale I am. This isn't really a trick or reflection. I am very, very pale. You should see me out in the sunlight. You can actually see a lot of my veins and stuff coming through. I liked First Class too. It just wasn't an X-Men movie.
Alright. So, hello, Celebrian. The topic for the night, which I'm going to go ahead and toss at you, guy. Oh, hi, super awesome KJ. How are you this evening? Well, what my saying really is, in case you're wondering, I have a very sharp canine. Always have. It's been true since I was a kid. So if you look at it at the right angle, it does kind of look like a dull fang. It's weird. Anyways, the topic I have for tonight is, appropriately enough, horror. Horror, in case I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Now, I bring that up because one of the things that tends to happen... Oh, I'm sorry. One other thing I need to mention right off the bat. There's a very high chance of the stream being a little bit iffy tonight. Not because of Twitch, because on my end they're actually doing some maintenance on the data node, literally right over there. If you go that way like 100 feet, they've got a truck out there right now working on it. So it's going to be a little iffy. It has been a little iffy. I mean, I've already dropped frames since I started. Not many, just 60, but still. And on top of that, if I just randomly disconnect, that's why. Hello, Kuro. Welcome to the Order of Palpatine, also known as me. There is no escape. Anyways, so I thought about it, Omni, but I have always preferred Force Lightning myself. So getting back to my point, talking about horror, right? Now, anybody who's followed my stream or my YouTube for any length of time knows that I don't tend to get into horror games in general, right? It's just not my thing. Never has been. And there have been a few small exceptions of that for things, for example, when I'll say that this is, you know, something that I can recognize as a good game or a good movie or whatever, but I just don't like it. And then there's stuff that I actually recognize is a good game and I do like, but I wouldn't really necessarily call it horror, you know, that kind of thing, right? This topic came up today almost by incident because Pax and I were discussing it, believe it or not. And, well, I would like everyone in chat who feels like following along to go ahead and mention any of their favorite horror games or horror series. Series is acceptable too, if anybody feels like it. And my cat is in my chair. Why is my cat in my chair? Hello, Mateus. Hey, you. You're such a good cat. He's been very affectionate today. You can kind of see him there. Oh, right. I wanted to smell nice this evening. So, which is ironic because it'll add to the atmosphere, even though that's not actually why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because this smells incredible. There we go. Come on. There we go. If any of you have any availability to get this, I've never even heard of this brand until I moved here. It was literally just in the UPS store of all places, and they were they had this specific one burning, and it was just such an incredible scent. I loved it. And even though I really shouldn't have spent the money, I went ahead and bought it because it smells so good and it helps keep my morale up. Hey, you. Such a good cat. I don't think you can even see the flickering of the flames over the overwhelming monitor light. So, let's look at this. We've got Eternal Darkness, Cry of Fear. His name is Mateus Bowman, after the Emperor of Final Fantasy II, for anybody who's curious. There we've got the Dead Space series. I would actually disagree that that's a horror game personally, but that's just my opinion. Fear series, the Resident Evil series, I would also disagree that's a horror series. BioShock 1, yeah, I'd say BioShock 1 would count as a horror game, definitely. Not as horrifying as System Shock 2, but definitely horrifying. Lone Survivor, that's a decent one, I've heard of that. Outlast and Amnesia. I'm aware of both of those as well. Interesting examples. Part of why I asked is I was curious if anybody was going to actually mention my favorite horror game series, the one that really just genuinely terrifies me. If anybody would like to guess what it is, and it's a series I actually enjoy too. So if anybody would like to guess what it is, go for it. I sincerely doubt anybody's going to guess it though, and that's going to lead into where I'm discussing and talking about this evening. It is not Penumbra. Sorry. Mass Effect 3 is certainly a horror game, but that is not what I meant, no. It is not Silent Hill either. Good guess, though. Hello, Black Salamander. You still over here, Mateus? Yes, you are. Here. Your fans demand your presence, Mateus. There we go. It is not Resident Evil. Game Boy Hero. I'm never going to escape that, am I? Hey, you. Another good thing for keeping my fingernails long is I make really good scritches for the cat. And for my sis. No, not Slender. I find Slender frankly boring. I'll just be honest with it. Half-Life can be very scary, and that's actually probably the closest guess I've heard anyone say. Nobody's actually guessed yet. You want me to just tell you? Because you're all going to look at me so strangely when I actually tell you. Majora's Mask, that is also debatably a horror game. Not even under it technically. Black Salamander, I'm letting you guys guess what my favorite horror game series is, given the fact that I'm not really into that sort of thing in general. No, Black Salamander, I don't care for Walking Dead. And, well, admittedly we're talking about video games, but yes, I know Walking Dead is also a video game. Ravenholm was an excellent example of good pacing in Half-Life 2. Starts off really quiet, really creepy, turns into a very adrenaline-pumped rush of escape thing afterwards. Very well done. Good way to do that. Of course, I talked about that in my absolutely glowing Half-Life 2 video. Alright. My favorite horror video game series is the Assassin's Creed series. And I'm going to pause to let you guys react to that. I'm not sure how exactly you're going to take that. I'll explain it, of course. But I mean this sincerely. This is not a joke. This is not a troll. Hey, Zeiss. I do mean this sincerely. I really do. I bet you can, Omni. Anyone really paying attention to the Assassin's Creed series can understand why it is so terrifying, and indeed, genuinely terrifies me. Well, let me make this clear. Assassin's Creed is the video game series that has terrified me the most out of all the ones I've played and all the years I've played. And I have actually played quote-unquote real horror games as opposed to ones that are simply horrifying, like, you know, many of the ones that were listed previously. Zeiss, I wouldn't do that because you would be the worst person in the world to learn the dark side of the Force, because all you'd want to do is constantly try to, you know, come after me and enforce the rule of two, and I'm just not into that. Now, by the way, another interesting game that actually did genuinely horrify me is actually Metal Gear Solid 4, specifically 4. And I can explain Metal Gear Solid 4's horror nature in one extremely simple sentence. War economy. And everything that it means within that example, within that context, everything that the war economy actually meant is terrifying to me, and I mean this sincerely. That is the kind of horror that I get into. Now, let me give you another example of this, okay, before I start getting into Assassin's Creed. It's getting a little hard to see here. There we go. Well, too much. Too much! Ah! My hood! Ah! The other side of the hood! Screw it, screw it. I'm tired of it anyways. So... yeah, that's basically exactly it, Bragwin. That is just a terrifying thought to me, and the sort of thing that... forgive me for being blunt. I guess Mateus is gone, so I'll go ahead and roll this back. Forgive me for being blunt, but that kind of horror is the kind of thing that could also happen in real life. And it would not even be that difficult for it to happen. It would be only a slight variance of our existing situation for that to actually come to pass. Assassin's Creed... well... I don't know if you've ever watched any of the stuff for Assassin's Creed Liberation, or the multiplayer videos for Brotherhood, or what's the other one? Revelations. And yes, you know, tidbits from Assassin's Creed 3 and tidbits from Assassin's Creed 4. But the idea here is the concept that there is something that has not just... let me phrase this another way, okay? The idea that there is some overwhelming force that's coming to take over doesn't horrify me. It may interest me. The Borg, okay? Beautiful example. The Borg don't horrify me, but they are very horrifying, if that makes any sense. You know, they are this massive, unstoppable force that is coming to consume. And just about anything like the Borg. The Reapers are arguably a good example of something like that. So are the... I can't think of their name. All of a sudden, the guys in Warhammer, and consequently the Zerg Swarm. All of these are good examples of this kind of thing. If you have eldritch horrors, you know, that's of course disgusting and gross and horrible, but not actually horrifying to me. The Flood, there you go, another good example. Another good example. I'm sure Preacher would like that if he was here. Then we have examples of things like the apocalypse. Okay, we've got, you know, the religious apocalypse. We've got the zombie apocalypse. We've got the war apocalypse, which, you know, like in Fallout series, for example. All of these things, again, don't actually horrify me personally. What horrifies me is the quiet things, the subtle things that are literally just one exaggerated step outside of what real life already is. And that is exactly what the Assassin's Creed series is. Let me lay this out for you in full detail, if you'll forgive my indulgence. First of all, we have a loosely aligned organization that has manipulated everything technologically, religiously, culturally, and economically across basically known history in order to enforce a degree of control over everything and everyone, with varying amounts of success. But in the modern era, that level of success is near absolute because, and here's the important part, all of the framework of that control was already laid down a millennia ago, and they've just been building on it ever since. So the idea here is that even if, for example, we were able to stop the Templars, even if we were able to bring down Abstergo somehow, as unlikely as that is, if we actually took down the whole corporation, the world actually wouldn't be saved. Because the world is already so ruined, so messed up by this system and this how do you fix a culture, you know? How do you fix something that has culturally changed an entire planet, right? It's very 1984 in its own way, except it's actually less overt and at the same time more overt, depending on how exactly you're applying that. And by the way, another good example of horror that I both like and actually, well, I wouldn't say like, but, you know, I tolerate, and I actually find very horrifying, and that would be 1984. But... And I'm aware of what you're talking about, Omni, which I'm not going to talk about out loud for spoilers' sakes. But the main problem here is, well, okay, there's these videos that are part of either Liberation or Assassin's Creed 4. I'm not actually sure which off the top of my head. Globalia, that's another good one. Thank you, Raskor, for reference. I knew there was another series I was thinking about, or book I was thinking about. It's these videos that they're showing to the people playing in the multiplayer element of Assassin's Creed 4 and Assassin's Creed Liberation, and it gives this impression of just horrifying stuff. And if you collect everything and do everything, the gentleman whose name I can't think of, the hacker, actually gives you a hacked and edited version of those videos explaining and going into more detail about what's actually going on and how they're actually presenting it. And that's the kind of thing that really gets to me. The really quiet, subtle things. Like, for example, there's one where there's an advert for a Boost energy drink that Abstergo's selling. Now, anyone out of setting can look at that and say, well, duh, that's horribly evil, because we're out of setting, we have that context. But in setting, it's obvious why so many people fall for that. And, of course, when it's actually well, I don't want to get into that just yet, but the point is the way he presents it is so obvious, the way the hacker presents it. You know, for example, all of these people, do these people look like your friends? They are designed to. Every single one of these people is supposed to be look as both casual and both interactive with someone of your general age group and philosophy and that stuff. You know, these are the kind of people who are happy and enjoying their everyday life, and they're drinking it, and therefore why would you not as well? There's nothing wrong with it, right? And it's so, it just bothers me, and it gets to me. And of course, there's the one with the baby, with the mother who has the bracelet that monitors her baby. That was horrifying even before I saw the edited version of that. That's just terrifying to me. But let's just not get into that. So, I am leading to something here, and this is what I'm leading to, if you'll forgive me. This is really what bothers me about the Assassin's Creed. I shouldn't say bothers me. This is what really horrifies me about the Assassin's Creed series. Let us say, for example, you, my dear viewer, whoever you are, were able to take one person out of this setting, take one person out of the Assassin's Creed series, someone who's a part of the system, right? And they're over here and you say, okay, look. And you tell them the truth. You tell them that Abstergo and the Templars have been manipulating everything forever, and you're part of a setting, and you're part of all the system, and blah, 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 right? Explaining everything in full detail to them. Now, here's the horrifying part to me. How many of those people would then choose to willingly do anything but go right back into the system? Because what you are effectively offering to them, if they actually bothered to think about this, is the idea that in exchange for giving up all the creature comforts of everyday life, and all of the little things that they enjoy, that they would then have to endure both suffering and hardship, and being someone who is basically labeled as an enemy, both literally, culturally, economically, etc., by basically everyone, in exchange for nothing. In exchange for the ability to say that I choose my own life, that I have the freedom to choose my life, but you lack the power to actually do anything with that. All you have is the freedom. How many people would say yes to that, do you think? Really would? I'm not taking a snap judgment here. This is not, you know, ask someone like that. That's not how that works. I'm talking about going to someone and really laying it out for them, really letting it percolate in their mind, really letting them understand and analyze. I'm not even sure I would take that deal, and I'm someone who's really, really big on freedom of will and personal rights and freedom. That's what horrifies me about that. That's what really horrifies me about that. That's why the Assassin's Creed terrifies me. You follow where I'm going with this? And yeah, the people making the Matrix references are absolutely correct. How many people... I mean, Cypher himself was someone who wanted to go back. How many of those people in the Matrix, if you offered them the truth, would take it? How many of those people would willingly decide, even if there wasn't some magical way to erase the memory, how many of those people would just of their own will choose not to remember that this is all a lie, choose to go ahead and believe the ignorance and the falsehood, just so they could get back with their lives and not have to deal with the nightmare and the responsibility and the consequence that that truth is placed upon them? You know? That's the kind of thing that really gets to me, personally. There's a couple other things that get to me. I'll give you one other example if you want me to. If you don't, I understand completely. But that's the sort of thing that really I find horrifying, and that's why I say the Assassin's Creed series is one of my most horrifying series. Half-Life probably does qualify as a good one up there as well, in all honesty. But yeah. The other thing isn't actually a video game at all. It's actually a webcomic, but I'm going to give you a specific example here. Let me actually pull it up, because I want to actually go word for word here. There's a webcomic called Earthworld. Lately it's more like a web novel, because it's been writing for a while, ever since they had issues with their artist. But, hang on. Whoop, 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 loud. Here we go. to summarize in brief, you know what, none of the actual background and setting really matter. What matters is that someone has willingly undergone a magical contract in order to cure her of a life-threatening addiction. You know, the kind of addiction that you don't really see in real life all that often. You know, the kind that would literally kill her if she was not fed, and the source of that addiction has been removed. Okay, that's super summarizing, but just bear with me. As she is in there magically dealing with this thing, the individuals who are actually repairing her of her magical addiction are basically inside her brain, if you could call it that. It's more like inside the very idea of herself, her soul, whatever you want to call it. But the long and the short of it is, as they go in there, not only do they go ahead and get rid of, you know, the addiction, but they decide to just go ahead and rewrite her while they're there, get rid of memories, get rid of ideas, that sort of thing. And I'm just going to read this section from you here. They began tearing things out of her mind, memories, opinions, pleasures, hatreds. She knew what these things were as they were seized, but then the things vanished as very concepts. Everything she knew about him, the person doing it, insects picked out and ate clean. At some point near the end, they pulled out her comprehension of the situation itself, the negotiations, the contract, the link-up, and for one fleeting moment, she knew the full magnitude of her defeat. This was worse than death, worse than losing her entire side. She would be herself no more, and after this, she would have no idea what had been taken from her, or by whom. And then she did not know that anymore, either. That is horrifying to me. That's the kind of stuff that I tend to qualify as horror that I enjoy, or horror that I get into. I'm trying to meet you guys halfway here. Because I know so many people like horror as a genre, and I just never have, because what I call horror basically isn't, if you know what I mean. It's called Earthworld. E-R-F space world. Yeah, exactly, Omni. Literally getting rid of the very ideas and concepts of such things. It's terrifying. Ugh. Anyways, rather appropriate for, I think that was yesterday's update, so, you know, given the season. Now, thank you, Third. He knew what I was talking about. Panda, I'm going to be playing a game called Costume Quest, which Ojunix so kindly donated to me. I just wanted to talk about this horror concept first, and really elaborate on it with everything. And I agree, Bregwin. It probably isn't very surprising that someone like me, who spends all of his time thinking, finds that kind of horror more interesting than, you know, or blood and guts. In fact, one thing I actually kind of wish is I wish the Resident Evil series did not have as much gore in it as it actually does. That sounds weird, I know, because I know it's always been a feature of the game, but I feel like Resident Evil as a series has plenty in its setting and in its backdrop to be horrifying without the need for the violent gore, blood, etc. And it's funny because I know that is actually a draw for people. I know there are people who like gore, who like that kind of thing. I'm friends with several of them myself. So I get that there is an appeal there. It's just funny because to me, someone like me, who is obviously not that kind of person, it just detracts from it instead. So it's an interesting thing. There was another series I wanted to talk about earlier. Whatever. My favorite candy? Ooh, now that is a tough one. Obviously, I haven't been able to really enjoy candy that much lately, thanks to this and this and this and this and this. But anyways, as far as candies I prefer, I'm a huge fan of peppermint patties, always have been. Just about any form of Reese's. And past that, I would say I'm a huge fan of butter popcorn flavored jelly beans. And yeah, exactly, Toady. I imagine you know what I'm talking about with your comment there. The atmosphere of the Resident Evils was plenty creepy and terrifying without needing to be, you know. And the idea of how quickly and easily it would be for it to go completely out of control is also something that's interesting in its own right. And Raskor, I actually don't like Lovecraft myself. However, I agree, Lovecraft and Lovecraftian things are definitely more in this line than that. Probably one of the highlights as far as the horror elements of Mass Effect 2, I would say, would be that. That and those damn bugs. Yeah. And I understand that, Kuro. I really do, actually. Like I said, I'm not trying to detract from it. I'm just explaining my perspective and my viewpoint, and one of the reasons why I tend to just say no to most. You have no idea. There's 3 things that I get asked about all the time: anime, the Witcher series, and horror games. These 3 things I'm asked about constantly. People are constantly like, "I would love for you to talk about the metal, the Silent Hill series. I would love for you to talk about the Resident Evil series. I'd love for you to talk to me, what do you think about Amnesia, The Dark Descent, or, Limbo, or whatever." These 3 things are such a common element, and I've addressed these other 2 in the past, but I never really talked about what it is about horror and most horror, I should say, that just kind of puts me off. I would sing it for you, D. Cortez, if I was feeling a bit better. I used to be able to sing it really well. I've actually performed the entire movie for my girlfriend at the time, Jenna. It was actually a lot of fun. It's a great thing to do. This is Halloween, this is Halloween. Pumpkins scream in the dead of night. This is Halloween, everybody make a scene. Trick or treat, till the neighbor's gonna die of fright. It's our town, everybody scream in this town of Halloween. Just keep going like that. I'll shut up now. I liked the Oogie Boogie song the best, but I can't hit those notes anymore. Moving on. The Flood are actually a pretty horrifying thing, too, although, again, I wish they weren't quite as graphic. Another good example of that is The Many. I'm going to pause before I explain anymore, because I want to see if any of you actually remember who The Many are. And I will definitely ensure that some of those really awesome pumpkin chocolate chip cookies that Super Awesome KJ made will be given to people if they can actually tell me what The Many are. I actually do have the Marilyn Manson version, Rascor. It's actually my preferred version. Strangely enough, Marilyn Manson, despite obviously being a more interesting individual than he tends to present in his persona, it actually has some good music that I like. Very good, Agenix. Bella Swan falls in love with Cthulhu and then saves the world while being useless. Are they actually trick-or-treating? All the lights are off. I'm sorry, we don't have anything. Go away. There's people at my house. No, seriously though, we're not actually giving away candy because of various reasons that I don't feel like getting into. Anyways. Yes, that is the second reason why all the lights are off. And I'm not actually doing that, to be mean. It's when I was a kid, that was the sign. A house has the lights off. You don't knock there, No, my sister actually isn't here. She's elsewhere along with the little one. Anyways, so where was I? I was actually talking about something specific. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. See, I feel like we need to delineate a bit more, I know I'm not one to get stuck up on technicalities, but I feel after a certain point it stops being horror and starts being, torture porn or visceral horror or whatever. It's a different category. All things in its totality. Yeah, the Saw movies, thank you. Excellent example. The Saw movies are not horror, in my opinion. They may be a subgenre of horror or a form of horror, but, Gorn, yeah, there we go. That's a good way to, that's another term to be utilized. And I do too. I'm not into that sort of thing. I'm not gonna judge, but it's not my thing, and I'm never gonna get into that. In fact, to be completely honest with you, I find it unpleasant when things like that are in games I genuinely enjoy. And you're probably going to laugh at me, but my favorite game of all time has some unpleasant and gross things in it that I just wish weren't there. And I'm sure most of you know what I'm talking about. Final Fantasy VI has some really disgusting monsters designs, with some of their guts spilling out and all that. And I just look at that and I think, why? And yes, I know why, but at the same time, can this just go away? I would give so much to just be able to fix that and get rid of it. It's just something I've developed over the years, a mental block for, because I don't want it there. I just want it gone. I just want it to be something else, anything else. Be like the T-Rexes. Those look fine. Anyways, moving along. But it's something that happens. And to answer an earlier question, because someone asked this twice, Dragon Age is another good example of a game that I feel does not need the gross elements in it, even though, I mean, the frickin' the flesh golem thing in the DLC, that was just, ugh. That was plenty horrifying without needing to actually be gross, you know what I mean? The very concept was horrifying, the very idea of it was horrifying. It didn't need to be, you know, made of different creatures and whatnot. That was just disgusting. And, you know, that's of course not counting the people who are the abominations that you encounter in the Mage Tower, you know? That's just me, of course. But, now, to answer the question in full, yes, I think the Dragon Age setting is actually a fairly horrifying setting, all things considered. As I put back in my review, and yeah, the Broodmothers, we're not even going to talk about. Literally, don't even want to talk about it. The setting of Dragon Age is one of those settings that I like to call one of those questions where you have to decide, is it worth saving or not? Does this world deserve to be saved? And it's a question I actually belabored with for some time, ironically, before Dragon Age 2 came out. And it was very important for my own setting, for the Imperium, because if it was not worth saving, then the world would be erased. That's kind of how that works. Because that's a kindness at that point, you know. But it speaks to the quality of the writing that wasn't just it wasn't like, you know, it wasn't an automatic question. It was more like, you know, there are subtle things here. There are quiet things that are screwed up with that setting. The cultures, you know, the society, the very nature of how magic works. All of those things are very horrifying without having to be in your face, you know. By the way, I agree, the Necromancer minions in Guild Wars 2, that's a little bit over the top. Toady, by the way, brings up another excellent example. Abominations in Warcraft. I love Warcraft. I know Warcraft better than any other setting that exists as of this point in time, since I kind of fell out of both Star Trek and Star Wars somewhere along the line. And yet they're just gross. It's not necessary, you know? It's like, ugh. You get where I'm going on this. However, the Elder Scrolls, do I consider the Elder Scrolls scary? No, actually, I really don't. The Elder Scrolls is certainly on the depressing side, as I've talked about before. Basically, one of the problems is with the whole Elder Scrolls series, and I've talked about this before in my role plays, is how cheap life really is. And that's what it boils down to for me personally. How incredibly cheap, you know, sentient life is within the Elder Scrolls, and how little people actually value it. You know, I don't have a better way to put that. And that's probably, I think, the most horrifying thing about that setting. The other examples of which are both debatable and rather questionable. However, Fallout 3 is another excellent example. I'm sorry, Fallout in general. But let's speak about Fallout 3 specifically. Is another excellent example of a game that properly pulls off horror, as I define it. You know, the quiet, subtle horror of the setting and the presentation and whatnot. But at the same time has gore and unpleasantness that, frankly, I just think detracts from it. I can't remember what they're called, but the centaur-looking things that just kind of waddle around and are really, really, really gross. And every time I see them, I go out of my way to not only destroy them, but actually tilde code erase the corpse, because I just don't want it to be there anymore. You know what I'm talking about? I can't think what they're called off the top of my head. Oh, they are centaurs. Oh, never mind. The centaurs. Just, yeah. The very idea of the FEV virus and what it does to someone, and the idea of being slowly... Okay, I got one for you, okay? In Fallout 1, if you take the Master's Deal, one of the things during the ending cutscenes is it shows you, bound and gagged, being slowly lowered into the vat. If any of you haven't seen this, I genuinely strongly recommend you get to YouTube and look this up. You know, bad ending, Fallout 1. That one scene, with virtually no audio, with zero gore, with zero gorn, with zero nothing, was more horrifying to me than virtually anything else you could present, because not only do I know what the FEV does to you, but the very concept of having it forcefully pushed upon you and altered in such a manner is horrifying to me. And Fallout 3 pulls that off in a wonderfully subtle way. Unless you're paying attention to all the background noise and what's going on in general, you know, you don't know what's going on, but the super mutants in the DC area are slowly recruiting people to do that exact same thing with them. They never show it, they never talk about it overtly, but they never have to. That was well done, in my opinion, and that really added to the horror element. I'm of course not even talking about the stuff that's more obvious, like the vaults. The vaults are horrifying in a literally completely different way. That's just man being terrible to man kind of horror, for lack of a better qualification. And those are just screwed up horror. We're just going to leave those alone. Well done, don't mistake me, but screwed up. The vaults were never meant to save everyone, or save anyone. If you'll forgive me for the quote. And Lewis points out another good example of horror, which had a degree of gore, but really didn't have anything. When they were being liquefying, if they had shown what liquefaction actually looked like what that would actually look like if you're doing it for a human person, that would be really, really, really disgusting. But as a developer choice, they decided to intentionally go out of their way to romanticize it, basically. And so what we're left with is the idea of liquefaction and the reality of it. And I actually like that better. I like that we understand it, we know it, and that's how we know it's so terrifying. That's how we know it's so horrifying. Someone being liquefied alive is more horrifying in the concept than watching someone be pulped, in my opinion. By the way, hi, Akaleka, Laka. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, Omni. I don't remember which vault number, but that was a very good example of the social engineering horrifying. Ugh. Yeah, I agree, Sonic. One of the problems with the Fallout setting is it's one of those settings that you basically have to walk into knowing just how depressing it is. You know, you really have to walk into that knowing that it's bad and it's going to get worse. And the odds of there being any kind of a good ending in a few centuries is possible. But right now, you're just kind of struggling along. It's something I've actually talked about with a friend of mine, if you'll forgive me for segueing for a moment. The idea that, you know, what if Fallout happened right now and I was one of the survivors, what would happen? Because intellectually and scientifically and otherwise, hi, Adam Memnon. I understand that it will get better, that survivors have to do certain things, certain information has to be preserved in certain ways, we have to start working on survival. You know, I do understand what would be necessary for the species to go on. But the problem with that is I also know just how incredibly crap it's going to be for several generations, including mine, before we get to the point where we are barely existing, before we're barely surviving again as a species, and at that point we can start building on the own foundations that we've barely managed to make from the rubble in order to make a society again, you know? It's the difference between, I've talked about this before, it's the difference between post-apocalypse and post-post-apocalypse. And there are two very different settings from a writing perspective and from a fictional perspective. Thank you, Omni. That is another excellent example I hadn't thought about. Final Fantasy X is horrifying. The good kind of horror, the kind of horror I've been talking about. I'm just going to start calling it Archie and Gaia's horror. Is that okay? Can I just stamp that? It's my horror now? Okay, great. Okay. Final Fantasy X is another excellent example of Archie and Gaia's horror. It is truly terrifying, depressing, unpleasant. The very thought of how messed up a society can get if it is so ground into the heel, so mushed into pulp, that there's basically no possibility of a better tomorrow, and nobody... It's such a level of resignation. I've talked about this before. It is such a level of resignation that people don't even consider the possibility of trying to do better, let alone actually doing anything about it. That's one of the reasons why an outsider was necessary in order to stop the cycle, the spiral of death. Spoiler alert. Also, hi, Preacher. And hi to anybody I haven't said hi to yet, by the way. Just... yes, I have heard that theory, Chemo. I personally actually disagree with it, but it wouldn't actually change anything about the setting, all things considered. You know, the idea that everything went to hell, and the Pokemon are what either brought us back, or were basically an alien race that came and then helped us come back from the brink, and thus post-apocalypse situation in general. But anyways, in response to Black Salamander's question, yes, it is better in California, but the reason why is California got a head start. If you actually look at what we do know about the Fallout setting, and that is to say the states, because they never leave the states in the Fallout setting, for good reason, by the way. It's nothing to do with nationalism or the United States is awesome or America, hell yeah, or anything like that. No, there's actually good reasons for that, but I'm not getting into it. in Fallout 1, you the player character are the reason the California got a jump start. I mean, really, that's really what it boils down to. You go out there, and there's pretty much post-apocalyptic situation right after, and they have to actually take care of situation, blah 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 blah. And then Fallout 2, by the time he comes around, there is basically the beginnings of a post-apocalyptic situation. And by the time New Vegas comes around, it's clearly and delineatedly a post-apocalyptic situation. There is actually a new society and stuff like that. So, given the choice, yeah, I'd probably prefer to be in California personally, as opposed to Fallout 3 in the DC area, which is still clearly in the post-apocalyptic thing as of Fallout 3. I don't want anyone to get into a flame war. I know people are really, really volatile about the Fallout 3 versus the Fallout New Vegas thing. I don't know how to this is New Vegas over here. I personally like both games, okay? I like both games. I'm just going to say that. I think both are excellent games. And yes, I do genuinely recommend both of them. I think they're both fantastic. They are very different in execution and in style. Fallout New Vegas is done by the old Obsidian team, who actually did several of the old Fallouts. And Fallout 3 is done by the Bethesda team, who did Oblivion and Morrowind and all that stuff. So there is a very noticeable difference in the overall thematic styles between the two. I also strongly recommend, if you do get either, you do get all of the DLCs for whichever one you get, because all the DLCs are good for both, in my opinion. At the very least. Actually, I've got several long fingernails, Bragwin, and this one's, you can't quite tell, but my pinky fingernail is actually kind of long over here, too. OmniWrench, sorry, I did catch your question earlier. No real opinion on it. I haven't actually played it myself, so I don't really have anything I could say about it personally. Bowman, in response to your comment, yes, I agree. Final Fantasy VI, the World of Ruin, is an incredibly horrifying setting when you actually think about it. Try to imagine... we don't really cover this in FF6, because FF6 is all about resisting that. FF6 is all about the bonds of fellowship that enable it to be worth still going despite how horrible it is. But a lot of people forget the how horrible it is part of that sentence. And yeah, the FF6 World of Ruin is messed and very horrifying in a very quiet and subtle way. Next question. Yeah, I agree, by the way, Black Salamander. I've never liked the fanboy, this is better than this, and that game just is... And just throwing insults, it just gets old. I get so tired of that. I got a lot of that when I put up my Fallout 3 video. A lot of that. Scrolling down a bit. Hey, Preacher. I started 47 minutes and 21 seconds ago. I've been talking about horror. That also answers Diego's question. Chemo, I've actually thought about that because real life got in the way of me doing my New Vegas review, because I wanted to replay it with all the DLCs, because I just recently, at that point, which was back in January, purchased all the DLCs for it, because the most recent one had come out, The Lonely Road or whatever. Real life got in the way. I've actually been thinking about, instead of doing a rumination, I'll go ahead and just stream all of Fallout New Vegas. I haven't decided yet, because that would be a really long stream that would go over the course of several weeks, but I'm still torn on it. I'm still debating. I do have a story from Fallout 3 to share with you, but I'll get to that in just a moment. And yeah, I don't either, Kuro. I tend to consider myself a huge fan of stuff, but I will never call myself a fanboy, because at its core, I think the word fanboy really defines something that is a negative. A fanboy is someone who looks at anything that's Star Wars and says, yes, this is incredible! And anybody who says anything negative about it is like, no, that's not my Star Wars, or you just don't understand, or you're just a fag. Fanboy is in its essence about extremes. I am fans of things, but just because I love FF6 and think it's the greatest game and the single greatest literal work of fiction in the entire history of human history, and yes, I am well versed enough to say that, intellectually and educationally, I still wouldn't say it's perfect. In fact, I just talked something bad about it today, just a little bit ago, so I still would not consider myself a fanboy of Final Fantasy VI. Someone once asked me, would I spend $100 for FF6? Would I put down $100 for FF6? The answer is no. It's a great game, but... And Hate Boys, yes. I kind of coined that term. I'm sure other people use it too. But Hate Boys is the exact same thing. Anything by Nintendo is crap. Anything by Blizzard is crap. Anything by Bethesda is crap. I get a lot of that too in my comments and statements about how someone. Let me give you an example. I get a lot of comments saying that Baldur's Gate era. A lot of the older games are the truly greats. Now let me make this clear. Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2 are fantastic games, but what I don't like. Hello, Hollow Matt. I think you're new, so hi. Nice to see you. Those are great games. But I do not like the idea that people will automatically bash games that came after them because they came after them, because they are hate boys for everything BioWare has done since that. And that just kind of gets irritating for me personally. Anyways. Akalaka, I personally actually prefer Fallout 3's gameplay, but I do have to add the caveat that, as I mentioned, I usually play the on-site procurement style, and that changes it a great deal. You can't really do that in New Vegas, not really, so it's different. Moving along. What's your... No, you gotta say it right, D-Cortez. Give me a moment. What's your favorite scary movie? I didn't actually do it right. I lost it towards the end. I'm kind of drying out here. I've been talking for like 50 minutes solid here. Yeah, exactly, Preacher. Thank you. Halo, in your case, is a a game series that you think is awesome, right? Just like I think FF6 and Chrono Trigger and Paper Mario are all awesome. But you still look at it and say, well, no, it's not perfect, and there are plenty of legitimate complaints you can put about it. Am I correct in this, Preacher? I mean, based on what I know about you and your comments about the Halo series. And anything with Halo on it does not automatically make it good. Am I right? You don't just stamp it on. Star Wars kind of had that problem too in the downswing of Star Wars, which is basically right about Episode 2 and continued till now. Basically, still hasn't come up from that downswing. But Star Wars is another excellent example that so many people, you stamp Star Wars on it and it'll just sell. But the problem is, of course, too many people have swung the other way to the hate boy first section. So now everything that has Star Wars stamped on it is terrible, and both extremes can just go away. I'm just thinking, just use your own brain. That's all I'm saying. So, yes, I have read Ender's Game, Chemo, and yes, I'm actually looking forward to the movie. I'm very curious to see what they do with it. Favorite scary movie? Idiocracy. The thing I find most terrifying about Idiocracy is the fact that, while it is silly, and it does have one scene that made me laugh, it's the scene when he escapes from prison, in case anyone's asking. All of that being considered, it's only an exaggeration of real life. That's what horrifies me about it. Yes, it is an exaggeration. It is. Let's make that absolutely clear. But it is only an exaggeration. It is not a complete fantasy. It's not ludicrously silly like Wall-E is a good example. Wall-E is actually an example where the horror element is non-existent because they intentionally... I've listened to the developers on this one, or I'm sorry, the people who made it. The developers have... What do you call the developers of a movie? Whatever, we're just going to call them the developers of the movie. Intentionally made it so that the premise was intentionally silly and ludicrous, specifically to pull out, to make sure that there was no horror elements of it, because, they didn't want that to be the focus of the movie. That wasn't the point. Indeed, the entire movie was basically about moderation, if you want to get down to it. But moving along, so, before I get too distracted, someone earlier asked, what is the difference between a review and a rumination? I tend to admittedly use the two terms interwoven, interconnected, but make no mistake, what I do is a rumination. A rumination is when I really try to pull apart a game or a show or an episode or whatever, gameplay-wise, story-wise, development-wise, meta-wise, things that happen out of character, things that have to be taken into consideration in addendum to just the game itself, and really try to dissect and deconstruct what I think is both positive and negative about it, and really analyze the why. Because that's what a rumination is ultimately about. Why? Why is it whatever it is? Is it positive? Is it negative? How positive? In what ways? In what purpose? That's a rumination. Analyzing the why. A review is, this game's good. Or this game's bad, and here's a couple of reasons why. But that's your answer there. Okay, so production team. Thank you, D. Cortez. By the way, I like the prequels too. Let's make that clear. I do, but my statement is still valid, D. Cortez, and I'm right. Glancing at the stuff here. You don't want to cry on Halloween? Why not? I'll make you cry, Ojinix. You ready for this? No, I'm not going to do it. Now, I think I've dilly-dallied enough. Let's go ahead and get Costume Quest going here. And continue to talk about horror games. It's funny, I probably should have done this earlier, because the whole point of having this theme, this discussion, was that Costume Quest, no offense to the game, isn't actually that engaging of a game. So I wanted to have something to talk about while I was playing it, and then I paused the game for 50 minutes because I'm an idiot. So I do apologize for my massive stupidity. Oh, by the way, Disney Star Wars. Kinda. I was, when it first was announced, I was very enthusiastic about it. I was actually the only person I knew who was very enthusiastic about it. The more I hear about what they're doing with it, the less interested in it I'm getting, to be honest with you. I'm not, condemning it outright. I'm not going to say it'll be terrible, because that's wrong. But I am... We'll see, It's definitely going to be a we'll see. I really doubt I'll see the first movie coming out in 2 years now, I believe, in the theaters without some kind of thing to do it. Several things, Ojunix. Let's start with the basics. Number one, they're really going hog wild with Star Wars. Rather than putting all of their effort and all of their staff and team and production and finances and budget into one big movie to resurrect Star Wars, they're doing like 15. They're doing the main series of movies, of which there are 3 planned as of right now, which are already being worked on as of right now. And then they have the side Gaiden movies, which they're also going to be doing and also working on right now. They're also going to be putting out at least 1 movie a year. And in addendum to that, they are completely abandoning extended universe continuity. Now let's make this clear. I kind of get why they're doing that. I just completely disagree. And I don't want to get into it. That is a lengthy discussion, and I don't want to get too much into it. A few other things they're doing. Their choice on staff is interesting. I mean, the idea of the Darth Vader cartoon show... I'm sorry, not the Darth Vader. The Darth Vader TV show, stuff like that. We'll see. And admittedly, Shuryu points out something interesting. We don't 100% know what they're doing just yet. Still. Despite the fact that they've been doing this for about a year now. We still don't 100% aren't sure what they're doing. But if they're doing Legacy of the Force, as Shuryu just pointed out, I'm going to be a whole lot less interested in that, I'll tell you what. I didn't like that book series at all. I didn't like anything about it. So, by the way, Flare Knight, to acknowledge what you said, I actually agree completely. Wild Arms is a pretty depressing setting, perhaps ironically. Hang on a second here. Scroll up a bit. I've lost chat. Bragwin said something I want to catch. Aha! Day 4. Congrats, Bragwin. Applause warranted, I agree. And by the way, Shuryu, I tend to agree. Phantom Menace had ups and downs. Attack of the Clones had like 2 ups, mostly downs. Revenge of the Sith, I genuinely enjoy. There's a lot of ifs, ands, debates about the first 2 movies, but I will flat out say that I think Revenge of the Sith was a good movie. I know a lot of people disagree with it, but I really do. I think it was a good movie. It failed primarily because Hayden Christensen can't act, and The Fall to the Dark Side was not written as well as it should have been. And of course, there's too much CGI, but that's a problem with the prequels in general. Regardless of that, I think the 3rd movie was genuinely a good movie, and I really enjoy rewatching it. I've actually rewatched 3 more than I have any of the other prequels. Holomat, let's not go into Rob Zombie's Halloween, because he just kind of took it in a whole different direction, and I didn't care with where he went for it personally. Well, it's true, Shuryu. I'm sorry, but it... I actually, one of the things I like to do... I'm going to start playing the game. Ooh, that's loud. Ooh. Can you hear me? I'm just going to let this play for a bit. Letting it play. I can't even hear myself right now, but I have no idea how the audio is for you guys. So I'm just going to kind of talk here for a moment. Let you guys let me know if it's good, if it's bad. Just going to keep talking. That's really loud. Wow. That is so loud. I'm going to turn that down for me here. There we go. By the way, my personal favorite of the Star Wars movies is Return of the Jedi, without question or hesitation. In my opinion, while Empire Strikes Back was awesome, Return of the Jedi really was everyone, and I mean as far as the production stuff, coming together and really putting forth their best. The actors did a great job. The directors did a great job. Yes, plural. The writers, again plural, did a great job. You know, the John Williams' music was top notch. All of it was just right up there at the top. I'm sorry. One person just once mentioned why the difference. You know, I'm sorry. Here's the difference between the prequels and the original trilogy in a nutshell. Okay, you ready for this? Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan Kenobi versus Darth Maul. I think all of us can agree that was an awesome fight. Everyone on board with me on this? Everyone? Hi, sis! But I think everyone could agree with me that that was an awesome fight. Okay, there we go. Now chat's catching up. Sorry, I'm getting a little Twitch lag today. So, that being established, Empire Strikes Back, okay? Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker. That fight blows the previous fight out of the water, completely and utterly. And the reason why is because it wasn't a fight about choreographic. That wasn't the point. The point wasn't to make an awesome action scene. The point wasn't to make an awesome fight scene. The point of that scene was to intricately and investedly demonstrate everything that Luke's character had been building to on that moment, and Darth Vader truly showing us the type of character he was for the first time in the series for all intents and purposes. Until that, Vader had basically just been a face. I'm sorry, a mask for all intents and purposes. There was no Vader as a character. That's when Vader really started to become a character. That's when he really started to demonstrate what he was. The two of them emotionally locked. Luke Skywalker sobbing his face off because he is so emotionally distraught at being so overwhelmed by this individual who has caused him so much pain and grief, and he just wants to lash out at him. And then Vader breaks his hold on the dark side by telling him the truth. Luke, I am your father. And then at that point, Luke literally, mentally, and emotionally cracks. That is what is the difference between the original trilogy and the prequels in a nutshell. The prequels were not bad, in my opinion. I'll just be frank. But the prequels were fun, interesting art. I'm sorry, fun, interesting action. You know, fun, interesting whatnot. Oh, God! Ah! Hello, sis.
Don't play in the dark and hurt your eyes, right? Why are you wearing your cultist robes?
This is my Jedi robe. Thank you very much.
Okay, it looks like a cultist robe.
It's Halloween. I'm doing a Halloween stream. What do you want from me? What? You should have seen it earlier. Here, check it out. I had it so that on the stream you couldn't actually see my eyes. About like that, give or take. It's not like this. Anyways. But that's my point, guys. The difference between the two... Hang on, let me finish my thought, okay? The difference between the two is in the original trilogy, it was all about the characters, the impact, the emotion, the drama, the drive, the writing, the development. Most of that was lacking in the prequels. And in my frank opinion, I think that is the primary reason why the prequels failed Star Wars. They were still good movies. I still enjoy them. I still wouldn't call them bad, but they did fail Star Wars, in my opinion, because they lacked that essence. I've talked about this before. Star Trek's essence, Star Trek's core, was all about character development and that sort of thing. And that's one of the reasons I think the new Star Trek's... I'm sorry, not the new Star Trek, just the most recent one, Into Darkness, kind of failed on that point. That's why I say it wasn't Star Trek. You get where I'm going with this? Just my opinion. Now, I'm going to give my sister a hug, because I love her very dearly. Hey.
You haven't noticed it.
I haven't noticed what? Other than the fact that you are really weird looking with your eyes. Like, oh my god, her eyes are terrifying. I think she's trying to kill me with her eyes. No, it's working! It's working! Okay. I was rezzed by a burrito. I'm not sure what to make of that, guys. Yo quiero. Yes, I see, dear. Your brother is more observant than that. I thought they weren't going to show up for a while.
I thought they weren't either. I got a phone call yesterday that they got in.
How do they feel?
My own glasses. They're about the same weight. They have a slightly larger over here. Yes.
Yeah. They've got the...
And I can tell a noticeable difference in how well I can see.
And your eyes look much different through them. Like, noticeably different. It's very interesting. They're very pretty, though. I likes. So, let's go ahead and start the game that I haven't started for an hour and 4 minutes yet.
You're trick-or-treating?
Yeah, see? As I remember the controls, see, I'm a ninja, but I've got a robot and the Statue of Liberty in my party as well. Alright, so let's go take out all the bags. I don't actually remember where I'm at this point in the game. We're in the mall right now. We're in the mall.
He's trick-or-treating in the mall. It's much more empty than the mall we were just at. Trick-or-treating.
Costume Quest is the name of the game. Okay, I've already done there, I've already done there, already done there.
Food. I'm gonna go eat.
Okay, love you.
Love you too.
Alright. I thought I already did that, Ogenix. Third, why are you playing Civ 5? What's up, little one? How you doing? Hey. Hey.
She's telling you about it. It was bad. I had a wet diaper and I was stuck in the car seat and it was awful.
Aw, poor
And you didn't
Dana.
get to see me be a pirate.
She was a pirate? Did you take pictures? Okay, we're good then. Don't worry, Jaina. I will still see it.
I need a big boss to make me feel better.
No.
I have John to make me feel
No. You have any one of those but those three. Tough Guy's the third. It's over there. I've got nothing. Bye. What the hell was I saying? Legend of Zelda's. Now that's interesting you mentioned that, Shurya, because I actually don't think they're horrifying. Not in the sense I was using, you know, not Archie and Gaia's horror, right? But I do think they're actually fairly terrifying, all things considered. Oh yeah, we already did the costume quest. I remember. Because the Legend of Zelda series certainly has terrifying elements and things that are very horrifying about it, if that makes any damn sense. No, not very terrifying about it, but does not have anything that is horrifying about it. I'm sorry, I'm trying to emphasize the difference here. For example, I don't think anybody would argue that, you know, Majora's Mask was not terrifying, especially in certain elements. I don't think many people would argue that Twilight Princess and, you know, even Wind Waker had very terrifying elements. But I don't think anybody of those would actually be called horrifying, in my personal opinion. Of course, you are free to disagree on that, but I think it's a different type of thing. It's not as much of an atmosphere of ooh, horrible, you know, that kind of a thing. Yes, Bandit King, go for it. I don't know what I'm doing. Mirror Edge is horrifying because of the heights. Lol. I need to... Okay, hang on. Let me pull the chat over here so I can see it easier with the game. There we go. Muh? I have... What? Oh. My sister thinks that the most terrifying aspect of Twilight Princess is the mailman. Onward to mail! Yes, that guy. Oh god, I just fell into the thing. What are you doing?
I've got a package!
I'm going to destroy you.
Onward to food!
Well, I have to admit, that was pretty horrifying, guys. Yes, Holomat. That's an old thing. That's been around for a while now. Some would argue that it was actually just a few glitches, conveniently timed. But all things considered, I think it is far more likely that it was a ROM hack, based on the evidence. Now, someone was talking about something interesting about the difference between the fights between everyone. Now, I actually agree The fight between Anakin and Obi-Wan in Episode 3 not only should have been, but actually did, to some extent or another, actually succeed at being, for all intents and purposes, the culmination of the entire prequel trilogy. Literally, like, the whole trilogy. The whole thing. And I think they did a fairly decent job with it, but I do think the fight went on too long, and it ended really, really poorly. It ended anticlimactic me. The music helped lift it a lot. John Williams really went all out in making that song. The Battle of Heroes or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. And so that actually helped a lot. There it is. I knew there was like one place I hadn't gone to. No! See, that's not horrifying. That's not even terrifying. It's awesome, that's what it is, because I am a ninja man. John Williams is secretly Commander Shepard. Why would I do that, Agenix? What's the point? I can see. I got this. I probably should get in the medic first. Whatever. Damn it. Yes, D. Cortez, this is Power Rangers. Halloween edition. It's actually a pretty fun game. Damn it, wrong one. I might actually lose this fight. Nope. See, the problem is shift and space look so alike on my monitor when I've got it windowed like this. This game is about Halloween, Flare Knight. I mean, what more do you want to know? I didn't mean to do that, whatever. There we go. So, we're going to go ahead and attack him like I was meaning to this whole time. There we go. We'll go ahead and barrage him. And don't worry, guys. America! Behold, the America attack! It heals the whole party. Yes, I did, Isaac. You're absolutely correct. Very first time I ever played Fallout 3 ever, right when it came out, was one of the most terrifying, not horrifying, but terrifying experiences I've had in that game to date. Interesting. I'm going to go ahead and tell you this message, and by this message, I mean the story, if you don't mind. If you don't want me to, then just be like, oh, I hate you, and then I will accept that forever. Actually, if you think about it, Zeiss, Statue of Liberty into my book? That's not the book. Is this the book? No. Is this the book? There it is, Q, apparently. Okay. Oh, I haven't actually completed Bobbing for Apples. I should go do that. Anyways, I'm sorry. So, Fallout 3, right? I don't actually know how to adequately explain this, but I was playing with the difficulty absolutely cranked. And I'm one of those people who kind of tends to make up my own setting error stuff. It's something I don't do as much as I used to. Nowadays I usually try to expand upon what something already does, as you'll see when I get to Final Fantasy IV when I play that. But back in the day I used to kind of interject my own stuff. Let me just explain this quick. Let me really get down to this. I'm playing through it. I just left the vault, right? Now, I loved the vault. It was really well done. Fantastic gameplay story integration. Extremely well done. Finally leave it, and I have used so much of my ammo because I'm playing on the hardest cranked difficulty here, and I'm an idiot, basically. And I wasn't using VATS. I don't have a good reason why I wasn't using VATS. I just wasn't. Shrug. So I make my way out of the vault, and I've got very little ammunition left, and I'm just like... So then, I don't actually know where Megaton is, so I start stealthing if you know Fallout 3 well enough to know what I'm about to explain, what I do is I leave the vault and I immediately go right and follow this path this way, which basically leads away from Megaton. And I'm just sneaking along, trying to figure out... And I'm in stealth this whole time, so I'm literally sneak, sneak, sneak... And I'm very, very cautious and very paranoid. I'm very tense the whole time. And the music and the atmosphere and the ruins are all putting me perfectly in the mindset. So I'm just like, you know, just kind of going along. And then I see something, and it's just a random dog. And so I'm like, okay, no problem. And I pull out the gun and get a sneak shot on it. And it comes after me, and I kill it, no problem. Okay. And I'm like, okay, and this is the beautiful part, if you'll forgive me. At this point, I'm at the point where I'm like, okay, maybe this isn't that bad, you know, maybe I don't need to be nearly as tense, you know, this will be okay. And so I just start sneaking along, and I start to relax a little bit. And I'm like, okay, yeah, this is okay. I'm not going to be, you know, I'm not nearly as tense. Everything's fine. And then all of a sudden, I just take damage out of nowhere, and I'm like, oh my god, and I immediately flip around, and there's 3 dogs who snuck up on me out of absolutely nowhere, and are chewing the heck out of me and actually kill me. Pretty much literally within about a minute of me basically relaxing my guard. Out of character, you know, me, Arsh here, relaxing my character, or relaxing my guard. They just come out of nowhere and are, oh god, reload. Then I was really paranoid, and the next section of gameplay, very first thing I did, I completely missed Megaton in my journeys. The place I ended up first at was, I forget the name of it. It's the place where you get the quest to deal with the ants. So try to picture, I'm already in this super tense, super paranoid mentality, and I get that quest to go into the damn sewers where no matter where you are, if there's at least one guy alive within like forever, you hear this chitter. Chitter, chitter, chitter. Chitter, chitter in the distance. Try to picture what that was like for me. Yeah, that was my first time I ever played Fallout 3. Great story in hindsight, and admittedly really was awesome atmosphere, but I was just... Oh my god. I mean, literally, I was like this, playing the game. Actually, I guess it would be more like this, playing the game the whole time through. I was... I had a lot of fun with it, but... Hoo-ah. Whew. Made it. No, I would not, Kuro. For some reason, I never found Deus Ex that terrifying. I don't really have a good way to explain how or why without really getting into it, but suffice it to say, Deus Ex just felt like a sci-fi version of Real World, and nothing in a horrifying way, nothing in a creepy way. It all was just like, yeah, okay, I'm with that. For example, if I could give you an example of what I'm talking about, one of the biggest things in Human Revolution, the most recent one, that they're one of the big things, would you augment your body? Would you change your body with technology? Blah, blah, blah. That seems like such a cop-out of a question to focus so much of the theme on, because the answer is yes. You know? And I know you may be calling me out on it technically here, but the simple reality is I simply know too much about technology and history to really think about that as a bad thing. Technology has always added to the level of customization and augmentation and otherwise for humanity. Good and bad. That is technology in a nutshell. I'm sorry, but let's get this correct. Technology is not a good thing. Technology is not a bad thing. Technology is a neutral thing. So, no. Anyways, I'm sorry. Went a little bit off there. The Addams Family D. Cortez show was alright, never really got into it, but I really liked the movies. First one, well, the first one was actually so-so, I'll admit that, but I really liked the second one, and I have to be honest with myself. Oh, what's his name? Christopher Lloyd is a big reason why. Great job in those. Yamato Unix. Yeah, exactly, Preacher. Technology's neutral. good and bad. It has introduced as many good things as it has bad things. Q, there we go. God. Okay, what am I looking at here? Costumes. Maybe. I don't know what I'm looking at. Unix? Help! Help! Unicorn costume, huh? Well, which one of these is the... Okay, this one's probably the unicorn costume. No, that's the pumpkin. It's Three Dog! Oh, and I'm dead because the main character killed me. Admittedly, Fallout 3 doesn't really fit with the Fallout setting. The developers themselves have even admitted this. But, that being said, I still think it's a good movie, all things considered. A good game, excuse me. Now, Isaac actually asked an interesting question. Is there any atmosphere in New Vegas? That's a strange question because personally, from my experiences, the answer is no. Fallout New Vegas didn't really have much atmosphere for me. Great story, great characterization, great plot, great gameplay, but one of the things that I didn't really feel in Fallout New Vegas was an atmosphere. That's just my personal take on it, and from my time playing through. I've only played through the game twice. But it didn't really have that same atmosphere that 3 did, and that's probably one of the reasons why I still have the two basically, you know, like this, because 3 had so many elements that New Vegas didn't, and vice versa. And Vegas itself, I'll admit, was a little bit disappointing. The actual city, I mean, not the game. But I'm not going to hold that against the game. I need to eat, because I am actually getting shaky and nauseous, and that's never good. So forgive me. Oh God, Snow. See, that sounds awesome. See, so many people have awesome, you know, first-time stories. You ever notice that? Like my first death in a D&D game, it was actually a GURPS game. I was telling the guys in my campaign about this the other day. I won't bore you about it. But it was just, it's funny because we all have stories like that, you know. Like the first time you ever played well, hell, I got one. The first time I ever played World of Warcraft, way back in the alpha. The very idea of quests was still kind of a unique thing, and the idea of a quest log was still kind of weird to me. And I was playing an orc, so, you know, I'm like, okay, what the hell, and what am I doing? And I decided to roam, because that's always such a great idea. And I ended up roaming all the way to the Tearsfall Glades, and at that point in time, the Infernals weren't up yet. If you know what I'm talking about, you get cookies, because nobody knows what I'm talking about there. And long story short, I went into the Western Plaguelands before it was actually finished, and fell through the world, and that was the end of that. Literally the end of that character. That character was actually lost, because back then they weren't that good at their database upkeep, so I had to remake Rage Roar, my Orc Warrior. Hardest area in Fallout 3 for me? Easily the Hick area. I can't even think of the name. It's one of the DLCs. It's the only part of the game that ever really challenges me when I replay it. I can't think of it. It's like something point. But that whole area, for some reason, has always been very difficult for me when I go through there. I can't really put a number on why. But yeah, I really need to start eating. Point Lookout. Thank you. I knew there was a point in there somewhere. I'm going to mute myself while I eat, because I'm already self-conscious enough about this. Feel free to keep talking. I'll unmute myself to respond. I did not mean to do this. What's this? Now, while we're talking about Fallout 3, there is one thing I didn't like about Fallout 3. And I know a lot of old Fallout, die-hard Fallout fans tend to get mad at me for this comment. Guys. Yeah, anyways. And that is the fact that it ended. The fact that you get to the, spoiler alert, you get to the radiation chamber, and then you die, and then it's over. I know, Fallout 1 ended. And I know, Fallout 2 ended. But one of the things I've always liked best about that style of game, the Bethesda style of game, as I tend to call it, is the ability to keep playing after I finish the main quest. Yes, I know Broken Steel fixed that, but you get where I'm going with this, don't you, Isaac? I was one of those people who was genuinely upset about that when Fallout 3 first came out. And I actually put Fallout 3 down for a while, because it killed so much of the motivation for me. I didn't do a 100% run until they came out with a mod. We came out with a mod, the fans did, that enabled the game to keep going after that. And at that point I was like, okay, I know that's just a me thing, but that is something that's always been a bother to me personally. Oh. And then, Broken Steel came out, and I gotta be honest, I liked Broken Steel quite a lot. One of my favorite DLCs for original Fallout 3. So I was really on board with that. It was fun, it was interesting, and of course, it kept the story going. It kept the game going, rather. Without needing a mod. That is an interesting looking, Trobogs all look the same to me.
Just like filthy humans.
I gotta be honest, the three of us look pretty different right now. I'm not sure. Anyways, I tend to agree with Bandit. New Game. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. New Game Plus should be in every single RPG ever made. I'm sorry, I could make an argument for every RPG you've ever heard of having a New Game Plus. Yes, even MMOs. I could make that argument. Yeah, it is very orcs, isn't it? I'll always be an orc boy. Yeah, exactly, Snow. If it wasn't for New Game Plus, I probably wouldn't have played FF10 nearly as much as I did. They did kind of do that with Death Knights. In fact, I keep waiting for them to do that again with anything else. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get a heal going. I can't think of the name of orc I like best. It's not the Shootas, it's like the step up from Shootas. They've got the really, really, really big guns. I can't think what they're called. Someone help me out here. Yes, Kuro. In fact, I've already played it. Well, it's obviously got some bugs, and it's obviously still in production, but I will give definite props to how much fun it is, and how surprisingly well done it is, and how much effort is in it. And almost amusingly, the World of Warcraft models, which is what they use, work surprisingly well in StarCraft too. Forgive me, I'm kind of paying attention because, boss fight. Even though I didn't get the unicorn because I went the wrong way. Now, phase 2! Yeah, I knew that was coming. Now, the pit was interesting. There was only one thing that I didn't like about the pit, which actually has nothing to do with the pit itself, so I can't actually hold that against that. The biggest thing I don't like about the pit is that everyone I know who is a friend of mine who's played Fallout 3 disagrees with my choice in the pit. The big choice at the end of it? Spoiler alert and all that. Operation Anchorhead was really, really fun. More so than it had any right to be, because it was basically no story, no development, no characterization. It was just gameplay. But it was really, really well done gameplay, and it was tons of fun. It was very interesting. I loved it. Hey, Krensler. No, I can't remember. Adamemnon, have you ever played the Dawn of War series, the Dawn of War 1 series specifically? They're one of the orc units in that as well. And I usually use that kind of orc when I used to play Warhammer, you know, tabletop or battletop or whatever you want to call it. Damn it. It's gonna bother me now. They have a weird name, and that's why I can never think of the name of it. Heiko, there's several ways it could be done. The real problem with doing that is you have to make it fit with regards to PvP. That's really what it boils down to. PvP, as always, is the make or break of most MMOs. So you would either have to make someone who takes a New Game Plus basically bow out of PvP, or, and this would be the preference I would have someone who chooses New Game Plus go ahead and have their own category of PvP over here. So you'd only be PvPing with people who have also New Game Plus, if you follow me. Hey, it's Goth Girl. I would totally go out with her. That's a joke. Anyways, Heiko, I'll finish explaining in just a minute. Well, that's horrifying. Or maybe it's not. Flash Kits. That's why I could never actually think of their damn names. The Flash Kits. Those are my guys. No, sis. Come back. Sis. Sis. No. Sniffle, sniffle. Well, now I can't go back and get the unicorn. I am the law. Sorry, Doctor Who joke. Which nobody gets. Genesis of the Daleks, I'll give you a hint.
All gnomes must die. It is the law.
No! Our costumes! We worked so hard on them. So why does she live in a place called Repugia, and all they care about is ugly, gross things, and she looks like that? I'm just wondering. Anyways, Heiko, to finish, the idea here is very simple if you think about it. I'm sorry, I don't mean that to sound derogatory, but the idea is, let's say you go ahead and hit max level, and you do the same kind of thing that you can do in, actually Mass Effect 3's multiplayer did this. You know, you basically reset that character to level 1, and you'd have to figure out a way to do the gear thing. I imagine a bank or whatnot could be functional, but you know, you chunk everything into there, you start over back at level 1 to enjoy the stuff or whatever. And there's two ways you can do this, I'm sorry. And you can gain additional benefits from having New Game Plus, which would have to be capped at some point, obviously, otherwise it would be silly. But the other way you could do it, and the way I think it would work better, for example, in a game like World of Warcraft, is you get to the end game, and then you could go ahead and take that character and say, okay, well, I've already done all this. I want to just go back and enjoy the story, either on a different class or on a different side or do different quests or whatever. So rewind, and you gain a great deal of benefits to leveling and whatnot like that. Some of you out there could probably say World of Warcraft already does that, and actually World of Warcraft probably comes the closest to a New Game Plus in an MMO I've seen, with heirloom items and the other things that they have to that. Monks are a good example. Death Knights, as Bragwin pointed out, all of those are examples of how to do a New Game Plus type thing within an MMO, and I think they do a pretty good job of it, all things considered. And they're moving towards it more so as time goes on. So that's the full answer. Now, is the Fallout setting worth saving? That is a very interesting question that depends completely on what's going on in China. Any of you who know about that setting, like Isaac most assuredly does, probably know everything I mean by that with that simple sentence, because there's so much to talk about with regards to that, and I don't really want to go too far into it, but yeah. What's happening on the other side of the pond really determines whether or not that world is worth saving, in my opinion. And by the way, who is a preacher? I agree, FPSs are another excellent example of a good thing. A good type of game that should have a New Game Plus feature. Bragwin, you're horrible. That's all I'm going to say. Favorite job class out of any Final Fantasy game? I've always been very fond of the Summoner class. Maybe that's partially because of Rydia, but I always liked the idea of it, and that's one of the reasons I worked so hard to make green mages, which are basically summoners, part of my own D&D rule set. Hello, D. Cortez, welcome back. The prequels sucked, and Mass Effect 3 sucks. Okay, there we go, got it out of the way. Yeah, Rage really should have had a New Game Plus. I agree completely. After Summoner, I would probably go ahead and give it to Dragoon. I've always had a thing for Dragoon. Dragoons are awesome. And now I'm going to take a bite, because I'm actually getting a headache. I'm so hungry, so I'm going to eat for a sec, guys. Bandit King, I actually turned Geomancers into a prestige class in my rule set, and beefed them up considerably, because I always felt that Geomancers weren't as strong as they should have been. Except in FF5, if you really know what you're doing. You can really... the speedrun strategies for FF5 involve Geomancers on several occasions, because of how useful they are in very specific circumstances. By the way, I also agree. I think Mass Effect 3 would have been another Dragon Age 2 if not for the ending. For those of you who have not seen my Dragon Age 2 video, go watch it. Give me some ad money. But seriously, Dragon Age 2, for all its terrible flaws, was still a fun game to play through. It just is a game I've never intended to replay because of all those flaws. But imagine Dragon Age 2 if it had Mass Effect 3's ending. I think Rascore summarizes a lot of my mindset about Dragon Age 2, Mass Effect 3, etc. in a nutshell. When you get down to it, they're not bad games. They're just not good games. And they're really, really bad when you compare it to what BioWare, you know, used to be. Even games that BioWare did that most people don't really get into all that much. For example, Neverwinter Nights 1 is a good example of that. Try to look at those games and compare them to Dragon Age 2 or Mass Effect 3. I had to stop for a bit, but I am about halfway through. How are you doing?
I'm good. Is it nummy burrito?
It was very good. Thank you. I'm going to heat it up a bit. I noticed, which is why I'm going to be eating it, you know, soon, later. Hey look! We're at the Undercity all of a sudden. That joke's for like 2 of you. During Hollow's End, which is the, wow, Halloween thing, there's a giant burning wicker man, which is representative of the day, because Hollow's End, the day in Warcraft, is actually the day at which the Forsaken got freed from the Lich King's control. Or rather, they thought they did. It's more complicated than that, but you get the point. So, they burned that as to be significant of that. Yes, very good comparison, Bandit. I like that. You probably would like this game, by the way, sis. So whenever that share with family things shows up, you want me to give you a copy? Okay. You going to bed? Give your brother a hug. And love, because he loves you. I love you, sis.
I love you too.
Yeah, this hurts a lot. Take care, okay?
Yep.
Ugh. And then you sit back down. You make no sense sometimes. See, we don't have any costumes. I can't. I have to get them some food. They want food in order to give us our costumes back. So,
Have candy.
I do have candy. That's actually a good point. They might just want candy. Hang on a second. How do I get up there? Oh, there we go. Okay. Apparently I need something that isn't candy.
Go that way.
This way? Okay.
Pumpkin? Can you pick the pumpkins up?
That's actually kind of exactly my point, Isaac. You're absolutely right. The Fallout setting has always been very well confined to the United States, and that's and for good purpose. That's the whole point of the Fallout setting. It makes sense, right? But if you think about it, as far as a world goes, whether or not the Fallout world is worth saving is going to depend on how bad China has been handling the post-apocalyptic, because the entire war between the two. Well, okay, let me put this in slightly different terms, okay? In my personal opinion, the Fallout setting was already screwed before the bombs dropped. I don't know if you agree with me, Isaac, but based on my knowledge of the lore and the setting, the world was already going to hell in a handbasket, and not just because of the energy crisis. I'm just talking about the way the world was going in general. It was very whitewashed setting, and so I think it was screwed regardless. Thus, I think whether or not they will ever be able to... Hang on, I gotta talk to this guy first. Ever be able to recover from that is also going to depend on whether or not the other side of the coin, China in this case, is also willing to work and move on with that, if you follow me. Yeah, exactly, Fitzcott. You read some of the newspaper articles that they put effort into ranking and stuff like that. Up or up?
Up. Back toward us.
Ah, okay.
Now.
I don't think I can go up here. Oh, I'm wrong. Holy crap. Secret area. Hidden chest. Good job, sis.
Lots of candy.
Hundreds of candy. Or rather, 100 candy. So yeah, exactly. I would love to see the TARDIS in Fallout. Although, actually, from my understanding, the reason they haven't recently is because of the BBC being their own little Nazi state.
He will have.
He'd better, or I'll kill him. With my candy. Awesome. I now have a new costume. And if I do this, I sizzle.
You smell like French fries.
Yes, that's I used to work at a place called Arby's. You may have heard of that. They make French fries at Arby's.
Hey,
I hated that smell.
You have a fry-smelling costume. You can trick the birds.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna go and crush them all. Oh, I agree, Isaac. Hey, birds. Look, walking food. Oh, we gotta lure them into the barn, apparently. Whoops. Why are we luring them into the barn? That makes no sense. Hey, guys. Join. Okay, this is kind of hard to do. There we go.
And then you can get Jess.
Walking food. You know, I really actually wanted to barter with them. I was willing to be, you know, nice and give them food, not trick them. Whatever. Okay, which costumes should we use, sis? Other than the French fry one, because we're definitely keeping the French fry ticket costume thing.
I like those costumes.
Yeah, I know, Raskor, isn't that ironic? The world is already in a really sorry shape, and one of the worst groups of human beings survived. When really they shouldn't have, the Enclave. And of course, so many of the vaults, which were basically designed to experiment on people, also survived, but whether that's a good thing or a bad thing kind of depends.
Window?
What window?
The window so that it's more on top of the streaming window. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the two, and it was, I kept flipping back and forth between the two, and the other one was slightly delayed.
Oh, I still need to give him customers. I wanted to give you those guys as customers, but no, we gotta go trap them like we're evil bastards. I know it's a trick or treat, but seriously? How many people do trick these days? Oh well, let's go trick-or-treating, shall we? Trick-or-treat! Pop quiz, is that male or female?
Male.
I actually am pretty sure that's a female model. Blue. A burger costume, that'd be awesome. No! Alright, so let's see what the French fry costume turns into. Wow. I gotta be honest, I was not expecting that.
That is very good.
Well, let's see what the basic attack... Oh, shift. No. Okay, that's irritating. Really wasn't expecting that. Isaac, I would have to say yes, based on what I know just of the states. There's a lot of bad, but there's enough good to call it out. And to date, the Fallout games have let you play a good person quite a bit. So, damn it. Hang on just a second. There we go. So, if nothing else, I think the developers agree with us on that point. No, D. Cortez, you got it wrong. You only need to realize the simple truth. What? And then picture like the Godchild's voice at the end of the refusal ending going, "So be it!" And then the kid just walks away, leaving Neo looking really confused. Salt assault! Why are you so fussy tonight, kiddo? Oh, I'm sorry, kiddo. Hey. I can't hear you at all, by the way, because the combat music is actually very loud. Okay, what?
Salmon rings. That's the card you just got.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Hey, you have another door to knock on.
Join me. I feel like I'm the Pied Piper here. The Fried Piper? I'm gonna eat French fries till I puke. That doesn't sound very healthy, especially on Halloween.
Well, that's better than eating candy till you puke.
Is it?
Hey, there's a door to knock on.
Oh, so there is. I still think Dallas would be awesome. Chicago is another excellent choice, though. And past that, there's one city I think they really need to examine that truly deserves the attention of the Fallout scene. Kansas City. It would be so perfect to have a whole game set in Kansas City, don't you agree?
Only because you would know where you were going.
Yeah.
There's another door to knock on.
Yes, there is. But first, this is an actual banana. Wow, that's terrifying. Okay, don't be a battle, don't be a battle, don't be a battle! No! You should hear the music, it's hilarious. You'd love this game. You'd love this game too, kiddo. Exactly.
With spiky fists.
By the way, I was kidding about the Kansas City thing. If that wasn't incredibly obvious. What do you mean, Maz? If you don't mind my asking.
Ojunik said hello and Preacher said hello.
Yes, several people said hello to Minizan. Oh, I got you, Maz. Yeah, I was talking about that the other day. Yeah, I agree. See, that's actually a French fry monster, okay? That, well, it's not actually a monster, because it's us. Everett deserves to die. He's a knight. He's a fail tank. He needs to use cooldowns more often. Hi. Hi. Uh-oh. Oh, this hurts, this hurts, this hurts! Ah. There you go. Well, anyways, Maz, as I was talking about the other day, I've always felt that interaction with my audience is like one of the big reasons why I stream, you know, so, you know, I hope that you enjoy me constantly talking with you guys and paying attention to chat, and occasionally screwing up in the game I'm playing because I'm paying attention to chat. But you know what? That's what I'm here for, right?
Die, Bernie, die.
Power Rangers? It's terrible. Uh-oh, did you drop it again? Don't worry, I got it. There you go. Okay, you don't need it, kiddo.
Uh-oh.
Salt assault!
Uh-oh.
You wanna? Go. Apparently she doesn't. Uh-oh. Let me guess, this is a Canada Dry thing. Damn it. Oh, nope, that's not what I want, so I'm okay with that. Because I don't actually like ginger ale. Ginger ale is not what I got with Canada Dry. Thank God. Because they have Canada Dry ginger ale here. Yes! You remember how in some of the games they explode into like shadows or you know, darkness or whatever. In this game, they explode into candy. Hey, you.
Candy and exp.
Well, yeah. No Bregwin here. You know what? I'll show you. Give me just a moment. Give me just a moment. I will show you exactly what I used to drink. Whoops, that's not what I want. I'm so surprised that it's such a weird, rare thing because of, you know, the whole Dr. Pepper thing, but whatever. Well, I don't think I can actually link this directly. Okay, hang on. Canada Dry.
Just do the image.
Well, actually, I was gonna do. That's a good point. I should just do an image search. You're right, sis. You're right. This is one of my favorite flavors too. Second favorite of the ones they had. Here, I'll just link it into chat. Shazam. That's the stuff I used to drink. That. They also have an orange one, which isn't nearly as good, a lime one, which isn't as good, and of course, a cranberry lime one, which is incredibly incredible. And one of my favorites. And by one of, I mean my actual favorite.
Shake it, 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 shake it.
You still shaking it up, kiddo?
Shake it, 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 shake it.
Hey, you. Hey. Hey.
Shake it, 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 shake it.
She really likes
Jane
that.
and I play the shake it game. Shake it.
Well, she is really good at that sort of thing. Hey, sis, was the shake-a thing I gave her like a month ago the first time she'd ever done that?
No.
Aw. I was hoping it was. Well, hang on. We've got to examine the trash cans, get more candy from trash. Remember, kids, look at all the trash cans. I don't know, Preacher. It's actually kind of irritating, but Sis and I have checked the 3 major grocery outlets around here, and none of them have it, including Walmart. Which is weird. Walmart's fairly standardized, you know? Well, whatever. Isaac, the actual individual who interacted with Fallout 3 was actually Branix, who is in fact a member of the Bastion. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, don't stress it. I'm sure some of my chat does. But, Branix was very much a not quite the Mario, but certainly leaning in that direction. He very much wanted to not just save the setting, but also improve it to try and actually make the setting a better place. And so he was very much working not just to stop the big threats, but to improve the quality of life for even on the individual level.
Billy! Billy, 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 Billy. Billy. Billy, Billy.
See you around, Snow. Have a good one. The only costumes I've ever actually used... God, this hurts. No, I have not, Preacher. The only costumes I've ever worn in my entire life are 2. One of them, I dressed up as Gemini Man. If you know who that is, you're awesome. If you don't, Gemini Man was one of the characters, one of the Robot Masters, or Robotmeisters, in Mega Man 3. I actually spent a lot of time on it, believe it or not. I was rather proud of it, all things considered. The other costume was I went dressed as a character of my own design, who was a... hard to explain, but I'm just going to go ahead and call him a boxer and summarize it rather than give you the whole long, unnecessary, detailed background of it. I'm sure nobody actually cared back then either. Okay. Another hug. Good night, sis. I love you. Sorry.
I was just trying to say a word.
Sorry. Please forgive. Undead Resurrection. Oh god, I picked the wrong one. No! Brains. Well, guys, you're all zombies now. Sorry. I was gonna say, on the plus side, I'm the Lich King, so now you work for me, so things are better all around.
There weren't any more rings. That house was very boring.
I won't say anything. That fry guy is totally me.
They didn't change that.
Why?
There's a sneaky
There it is. Good eye, dear. Told you you'd be good at this game.
Hey, there's a thing that doesn't look like it belongs, therefore it's shiny.
Sis is good at certain types of games,
Door!
of which this is one of them.
Door!
I'm just gonna keep going this way.
Door!
It's like someone just grabbed my nose and is pulling me in your direction. No! Onward to mail! Please don't do that. No, Shuryu.
French fries.
Oh god, she is still eating french fries. That's hilarious. Damn it, bandit. Stop killing my armies. Go to bed.
You know what's really funny? The Imperium doesn't have a problem with the Lich King and the undead.
Of course it doesn't. They're people, just like other people are. I mean, really, that's if you really boil it down, that is what it comes down to.
I knocked on it. That's
See?
a female.
Told you.
I like how she goes, and then
I know, and then it's like she's carrying like this black hole of candy, and she throws it out and just goes. Either that, or that's actually her superpower. She's like a really crappy
their
X-Men.
superpower.
Yeah, they're really crappy X-Men. All they can do is make candy just kind of come flying out of their hands.
telekinetic.
Well, that'd be terrifying. Welcome back, Fitzcott. Oh, that hurts. I'll tell you in a moment, Black Salamander. In response to Isaac, I get where they were going with it. They were trying to make the whole, they were trying to make the whole idea that, you know, that was an evil PC versus you, the good PC, but I agree. He was a little bit too stupidly evil, and I don't get where they were going with that. Don't mistake me.
Break that wall.
Yes.
Break
Don't-
it.
At least I'm assuming I can, because there's lots of stuff down there. I don't know what with. I'll figure it out.
Not with French fries. Door.
Not with french fries, apparently.
Door.
Damn it, Third, of course you would. All you Georgia boys would like that.
Door. Get the door.
Good night, sis. Could you close the door for me, please, by the way? No. Well, actually, yes, I do. Please. Yes, very much so. I'm almost out. Cookie, please. I need to get through them. In New Vegas, the group I ended up siding with was either one of two. As I said, I played the game 2 times now. I either sided with the New California Republic for reasons I'll go into in just a moment, or the do-it-yourself route. There's actually a specific term for it. I can't remember it right now. Isaac can probably tell me what that term is right now. I'm sorry. And thank you very much. Please get some good rest tonight for me. Thank you.
Good night, guys.
Independent, thank you, Isaac. I knew it had a term. It was a Halloween thing. That was the only reason I was doing it. It was. Oh, screw yes, man. That guy was creepy. Anyways, point being made. Now, why did I go with the NCR? I tend to be a little bit pragmatic, and you can't really be a Mario in New Vegas, not like you could in Fallout 3. So, between the choice of, you know, horrifically, stupidly, retardedly evil, that'd be the Legion, or, basically a sort of status quo situation, that'd be House, and of course, Independent, which is dependable in your own way. The NCR is basically a sort of as good as it gets situation. They are not the good guys, let's make that clear. But the NCR does basically, in my opinion, especially the way it's developed in Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas, it represents as good as civilization is going to get, in given how horrifying the circumstances are. If you really get down to it, in my frank opinion, given how screwed up the Fallout verse is, the NCR as a whole, taken as an aggregate, is phenomenally good, all things considered, far more so than you would expect. There is still corruption, there are still bad people, there are still flat-out evil people, but on the whole, they do more good than bad, and they do bring certain obvious benefits to you know, to existence. So that I'm sorry, I kind of rambled on a little bit there, but that's basically my point in a nutshell. Actually, let's go ahead and switch this up. Okay, I want to be... Oh, no, I'll just keep being the French fries. I like being French fries. There's a story here, Bandit King. It's just not a very in-depth one. I don't even know the full extent of the story yet. Hang on, someone just messaged me. About Formula One. So, real quick, if you don't mind my completely going off topic here, any of you out there like Formula One or follow the races or anything like that? Okay, so what do we got here? I'm just curious if there's anybody out there who actually follows Formula One. There's no pressure. You can go ahead and tell me honestly, no. There we go. I'm not going to try and defend Formula One. I like it at the end, but... Okay, nobody else likes it. Not a big deal. I was just going to talk about something regarding the technical standard of what's going on with Red Bull and stuff that I can't even explain without explaining, so never mind. Also, Power Rangers to suck. Yes, I'm a fireman. That's why I have fries coming out of my chute. Okay, so how do I progress here? In summary, just because I feel like talking about it, one of the things I don't like about Formula One is Red Bull. Seriously, that's the best way I could put it in a nutshell. Red Bull is so technically superior as far as their hardware and their cars to all the rest of the cars that Sebastian Vettel is not exactly a bad driver, but he is a much worse driver than everyone else involved. Well, not everyone, but you get my point. And the only reason he succeeds so much and gets that first spot so much is because he's got the frickin' Red Bull underneath him. And Red Bull has also this is actually fairly recent. Red Bull also has something else they're working on right now that they're investigating as we speak. And every time they do this, all that happens is it ends up being another thing that's on the banned list the next year around. So, shrug. I used to like tennis. Oh my god, Black Salamander. Is this seriously a Luther plot? Oh yeah, helium-operated air wrenches are banned now, too. Hang on a second, my ear itches. I know, weird problem to have, right? There we go. Itch, itch. Sorry about that. So, Power Rangers. I don't like it, but that's mainly because it doesn't appeal to anything I like about a kid's show. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I get kind of opinionated on that. Preacher, if you asked a question, I completely missed it. I'm sorry. And in response to what Kuro said, yeah, actually, it's pretty much exactly what was going on with Ferrari a few years ago. And it's just silly. That's the biggest problem with it. The whole... I like Formula One mainly because of the extreme requirements of driving those cars. It's more than most people even realize. I'm not talking about driving around a lap at, 100 to 200 miles an hour. That's not the hard part, as weird as that sounds. But more and more it's just been about the money and what you've got underneath your hood, basically. And that's just not as interesting to me. It never has been. Now, NASCAR is something interesting, because I actually don't like NASCAR at all. But I have to admit, in my own sense of fairness, that NASCAR is also extremely technical, all things considered. Far more so than you'd think for driving in a circle, turning left over and over and over. In fact, actually, I like South Park's take on that, which is funny because I tend to like South Park's take on a lot of things when they actually when they actually handle real things. Where the hell am I supposed to go? In case you're not aware of it, basically they were like, they were talking about how, the air pressure is going to be different, and that's going to really affect this and that, and they're going to have to work on tire gauges, and they're going to have to change how the engine is tuned based on the wind that's going to be on that day, and blah, 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 blah. And then Cartman comes out and says, yeah, we're going to do stuff, yeah, we're going to be driving, yeah. And so forth and so on. Oh, man. Isaac, main story of Fallout 4. I hate to sound like a broken wheel or a broken record, but I really like the idea of reconnecting with, any other part of the world. It doesn't necessarily have to be China. I know, a lot of people really hate it when I bring up China. But, in Fallout. But I really would like the idea of that being one of the main plot lines. One of the things I would like very much not to happen is for the Enclave to be a part of it. I know that sounds weird because I'm actually a big fan of recurring villainry in video games in general. But honestly, I think the Enclave has basically been done and has had a successful full circle as far as their character arc goes. So I think the Enclave should be done and we should move on from them completely. The vampire costume pattern. Oh, I want that. No. Plot twist. War. War never changes. I once saw someone do a video on YouTube that literally spliced together, war never changes, and war has changed from, Metal Gear Solid 4 and Fallout reversed respectively. Just kind of talking back to each other over and over. It was kind of hilarious. Damn it, Gary's still talking to me. And Preacher is now asking his question for a third time. No, I have not actually popped onto Star Trek Online yet. I probably will as soon as PAX feels up for it and I feel up for it at the same time. No! We must save them! Oh, it's just being mean. Oh well, we'll kill the hell out of him. Damn, I'm actually kind of torn on this. What should the new Fallout game... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. What should the next Fallout game actually have as its main plot? That's a tough one. I don't know, Isaac. I'd have to think about it a lot more. Counterattack. Well, see, the problem is setting is an easy question. There's plenty of places I'd love to see in Fallout 4. But a good plot, that's a lot more interesting of a question. I mean, for example, Fallout 1's plot was basically about the Master, right? Spoiler alert. And Fallout 2's plot, spoiler alert, was basically about the Enclave. And Fallout 3's plot was basically about the Enclave and the water problem. And then New Vegas' plot was basically about, well, no, there's an interesting question. What would you define New Vegas' plot being about? I'm kind of torn on that. Well, yeah, it's about the war, Zeiss, but that, again, that sounds more like a setting synopsis than a plot synopsis. I find myself having difficulty answering my own question. Is New Vegas worth setting? No, okay, you're talking about the New Vegas area itself, Bragon? Or the city, specifically? Because those are different answers. Chocolate hamburger? That sounds pretty good. Meanwhile, D. Cortez is trying his best to make sure that people stop watching my stream and go watch other things. That makes me sad. Sniffle, sniffle. Well, yeah, I guess that the Hoover Dam was certainly a major part of the plot, and it was the first time the Legion had really been interacting with the story. Or the setting, actually, is probably a better way to put that. Yes, I know, you could technically that away. But it was the first time we really saw the Legion in action. I actually kind of like that, Raskor. That's a decent way to put that. Because if you think about it, that's really a commentary on society as a whole, isn't it? And it's almost so overt that I never really thought about it in that sense. New Vegas is about deciding who has the power. By deciding who has the power. Something about that actually amuses me a great deal. I agree, Mass. Don't mistake me. I kill the hell out of the Legion every time I see him as standard policy. Screw the Legion. But, like with Garrosh Hellscream, one of my most hated characters ever, it was a well done kind of hated. It wasn't hated because it was poorly done or because I despised having him on the screen. It was well done. It was hated because it was so well executed. And I will admit, the Legion was well executed. And in the Imperium, they would be exterminated down to the very last man and child. But the point being, the Legion... How do I put this? The Legion is probably best described as philosophically trying to impress upon the world their belief about how society should be in the post-apocalyptic area. I would still kill the hell out of a bandit. I'm sorry, but Tidus does not save himself from Legion. And yeah, Isaac is correct. They don't really have too much of a long-term goal other than a very Darwinian, you know, Age of Apocalypse kind of thing going on. Marvel reference. Please don't be a battle. It's a battle. Oh, wow. Okay, that one made me grin. I'll admit it. Guys, I just realized I'm a total loser. I'm playing a trick-or-treat game on Halloween. Anyways. The Apple industry pays me to do this. Lol. Wait, there's an Apple industry? There we go. By the way, I was basically kidding about the whole loser thing. No candy. No one is safe from candy. You die. It would be really gross, don't you think, Black Salamander? Have you ever had an apple with a worm in it? Because I have. It is really gross. Killed my appetite for like 3 days after that. When I say killed my appetite, I mean I literally could not eat for the next 3 days. Anything. Literally. Could not eat a single thing. You mean you don't realize they're the same company? Dun dun dun. No, I did not, third. And yes, I'm even aware of what you're talking about. Damn it. This is getting kind of hard. Or maybe I'm just losing concentration, who knows. There we go. Yeah, I wish my teeth were that good. Now you work for them too. Ooh. Exactly. I agree with you, by the way, Bregman. The little noises they make as they're trundling along are cute. Black Salamander, I'd actually tell you the story if you wanted me to, but I don't think you want me to. Like I said, I could not eat for days afterwards. That's really all I think you need to say. Oh, Junix. I shouldn't say anything. I've already said too much. After all, who do you think founded the Templars? Of course I'm not sure you. That would be crazy for me to be that old. No one would ever believe you if you told them that. I think I could work Isaac. It would probably depend on which wasteland, too, admittedly. Yeah, seriously, Shiryu, if you think about it, it would explain a lot about the Templars and how they've been operating for the last 2 millennia. 3 millennia, excuse me. Damn it, screwed that up completely. Counterattack! Requiescat in pace. That's a good question, Black Salamander. It's funny you mention that because I, as usual, was trying to play Dragon Age 2 as something of a Mario-type character. And in my opinion, I was doing a pretty good job of getting everyone to get along and promoting peace and all that fun stuff, right? I mention that because if you'll... I don't know if it's in all of the dialogues, but Anders himself defended his actions by basically saying that he had to force it, otherwise it would just keep being an issue, because they would just keep kind of dancing around it, because everyone would keep making peace and compromising. And Anders believed, as your typical extremist terrorist would, and yes, I would actually qualify him as a terrorist, that the only way to deal it was to violently force the situation into the foreground. I killed Anders, by the way. So, yeah, it's an interesting question. What would have happened if he hadn't gone in and thrown a rock into the hornet's nest? Honestly, I don't know. But I do think that with continued effort on the part of people like the Warden and Hawk, that we would have actually been able to find a more amiable solution than total war. Because that's the problem with Anders' solution. Even if you argue that he is correct and the situation has to be resolved, which is debatable, the flat reality of the situation is an all-out war between the two forces is not a good way to solve a problem. In any problem. War is what happens... Well, okay. I don't want to get too much into it. But seriously. It may be the only way, Rasker. We don't know that. That's part of the problem. A lot of this is debatable and theorizing because we don't actually know enough about the Dragon Age setting to really make a statement about that. We know a fairly large amount about the kingdom that was in Dragon Age Origins. I don't actually remember the name of it right now. But we know a fairly large amount about that one country. One dinky little country. That's like, if you'll forgive me for using this real world terms, that's like knowing a fairly large amount about the United States. That doesn't tell you a lot about the world. It just doesn't, you know? For Eldon, thank you. I know some people in the States would disagree, but the flat fact is there's more to the world than just one country. Dragon Age 2, all we saw was a single city, which was one of the worst dens of horrible terribleness and evil in existence. Except it wasn't, because there's actually worse than that. There's that frickin', the Tevinter are still around, so they're actually worse. Anyways, the point I'm trying to get across here is that we don't know enough about the setting to know anything other than basic theory crafting based on what we do know. That's all I'm trying to get across. Screwed that up. Here's a better question, Black Salamander. What do you want to bet that letting Anders live or die isn't going to come into Dragon Age 3? I know, that's the cynic in me talking, I'm sorry. Actually, I am being facetious because it will matter. And I have to actually give them credit, they're making it what matter in the correct way. For those of you who are not aware, there is a bit of good news about Dragon Age 3, and I'm actually kind of glad to actually share a bit of good news about Dragon Age 3. Oh, am I actually dropping frames? I don't have the thing up. Hang on. I just dropped about 300 frames just now, so I had a bit of lag spike. So, sorry about the frame drops. That was probably me. Here's the thing, okay? They made Dragon Age 1 and Dragon Age 2 incorrectly. Bear me out. Neither game actually tracked all of the data to go forward as they should have. Now, if you don't understand what I mean, what I'm saying here is that in Dragon Age Origins, they have to code it when they're making the game what stuff is going to be saved in the save game in order to trick which flags, which they can then interpret in the next game to have the info follow through, right? Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2 is a good example of them doing that correctly, as weird as that sounds. But in Dragon Age Origins, they only tricked, I think it was a grand total of 40-something flags, which may sound like a lot, but trust me, that's nothing. In Dragon Age 2, there's virtually none. There's like 13 or something like that. So, yeah, exactly, Raskor. Now, that's why I kind of had to say, bear with me on this, but what they're doing in order to make up for this, and I agree with this, is they're going to give you the option. They're going to just give you a huge list at the beginning of Dragon Age 3, and they're going to say, pick what happened in your world, you know? Who did you put in charge of the dwarves? Who became the leader of the kingdom, you know? They're just going to go down the list, and you're going to be able to punch in all those things because they can't pull them from your save data. But this way, at least your choices in Dragon Age 1 and Dragon Age 2 will actually matter in Dragon Age 3. So that is good news, and I do think that is actually something they're doing correctly. That is exactly what I would have done as a designer. Because there is no way to pull that data from Dragon Age 1 and Dragon Age 2. It doesn't exist. But if there... Now, I will agree with Vysen, or Vysen, I'm not actually sure how to pronounce your name. This is I'm still not going to buy Dragon Age 3 day one. I'm still not going to pre-order it. Because they did say quite a few things about Mass Effect 3 as when it was in production that turned out to be completely and utterly false. However, if the game comes out and this is true, that will definitely move me a huge portion towards actually buying it. So we'll see. Now, so that's what I mean. That answers your question as well, Black Salamander, whether or not it's confirmed or not. Depends on how you define that. As for your question, Krenzler, I hated myself for this, but I ended up picking, I suddenly can't think of his name. The brother of the noble, the dwarf noble, if you choose that intro. The guy who was, you know, the evil guy. But he was also a forward thinker, he was also very progressive, and he was also willing to go ahead and work with outside nations in order to try and accomplish things. He was a very Luthor-type character, as I like to call him. Lex Luthor, because it's the type of villain who is evil, who is a bad guy, who is a villain. However, they understand that the world being better is better for them too. And therefore they try to make the world better because it will be better for them too. And I would prefer that kind of character than someone who tries to be a decent person, fails, and is completely locked down by the bureaucracy and the politics and whatnot, and therefore accomplishes nothing. So, I chose him. Oh, gotcha, Vice. I'm gonna start calling you Vice then. If that's okay with you. Oh, we gotta kill him. No opinion, Toady. There's not really anything I can talk about FF at this point. That if I'm not in charge of Final Fantasy, I can't really call it good news until it actually comes out at this point. I did, the more I thought about it. When I started to actually ruminate about Mass Effect 3, you know, when I really started to thinking about it, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that there were a few good things about the game. I could name 3, and everything else was just negative. So it just kind of sunk below the bar. I bet anyone could guess the 3. Seriously. The 2 are obvious. Everyone knows the 2. I did not like the Citadel DLC, and I know I'm one of the very, very few people who didn't. It struck to me as a little bit too much trying too hard. And I've never been a fan of trying too hard. It always comes across as awkward. Tuchanka and Morden are the same things out of Memnon. I think. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I didn't want to spend any more money on Mass Effect 3. Oh, sure thing, Marquise? Oh shoot, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Help me out with pronouncing your name and I'll pronounce my name for you. It looks like Marquis, or Marquiz, or Marquis. I'm not sure how to do that. I did. You got it correctly. Rannoch, Tuchanka, and Thane. Even though I don't think Thane should have lost to What's-His-Face, I still have to admit it was a very awesome moment that he got as well as he did, given the man was 6 months past the point at which he should have already been dead, which really just showed how incredibly awesome Thane really was, both as a character and as a fighter. But anyways. As far as sex scenes, just to talk about that in brief, in my opinion, 99% of sex scenes in video games are either unnecessary. Well, okay, 100% of sex scenes in games are unnecessary, but 99% of them are actively don't add anything, if you know what I mean. Romance? Okay, romance can be done alright in a video game, that's been proven. But sex scenes are almost never actually flesh out a game, in my opinion, and I do think there is. I can only think of one exception off the top of my head, and it's an exception that you're probably going to make fun of me for even bringing it up. Either that, you're going to look at me weird and you say, "What? There was a sex scene in that game?" Can anybody guess it? I agree, Preacher. Personally. Thane should have kicked the crap out of that idiot. No, not Assassin's Creed. Nice try though, Sonic Doctor. Mario 3? What the hell is wrong with you, Bragwin? Just ornery tonight? Good lord. No, okay, I'll go ahead and just tell you. It is actually Final Fantasy VII. They don't show it at all. They only mention it barely. And it is actually specifically relevant to the overall character development of both Cloud and Tifa that has been happening over the course of the entire game. In my opinion, that's about as good as it's getting for that. Now, I suppose you can't actually count that because there was no sex scene. It was implied, and it happened off camera. But honestly, I think that's kind of my point. I think that's actually the best way to do that. There's no need to actually go ahead and show anything on the game. IMO. Now, in the interest of fairness, I will go ahead and admit and say that there is a sort of a caveat here. There were a few sex scenes in Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. honestly, the one in 3 bothered me. I think it went a little bit over the top, but the one in 1 and 2, I'll go ahead and be honest, if you absolutely have to have a sex scene, that's probably about as good as it gets, all things considered. Now, I will also admit that the main one I saw in Mass Effect 2 was the one in the DLC, because I was with Liara, so you had to go do the Lair of the Shadow Broker for that. But anyway, since he hasn't answered my question earlier, Marquise? I really feel bad about saying that wrong. My name is pronounced Arshian Gaia. For anybody who is curious in the future, most people who actually refer to my name in short call me Arch, even though it would be more accurately to say Arsh. But I understand that most people don't want to be technically correct, even though it actually does have some specific meaning and relevance in this case. But I'm not going to press the issue. So, Arshian Gaia. Ugh, Dragon Age 2. Ugh. I actually never did a romance in Dragon Age 2, but thanks to YouTube I'm aware of it, and that is unfortunate. I'm going to start calling you Zeus. You may also refer to me as the Lich King. I don't mind. Okay, Ojunix, how do I get into this cannon? Marquis. Got it. Marquis. I did talk to him. Look, Ojunix. He's like, no one but me can use the cannon. And I'm like, we need to get it. Okay, never mind. I got it. I figured it out. I actually liked Meryl, by the way. But probably my favorite thing about Meryl is when she talked about the difference between her and Anders. About blood magic and how she understood exactly what she was getting into when Anders didn't. That was probably one of the best things I've seen. It was probably one of the best moments in Dragon Age 2 in my opinion, as weird as that sounds. Yes, Bowman, that is actually the muffin cannon. It's a TARDIS, Bandit Cannon. Or Bandit King, excuse me. It operates onto very extensive, shoot, I can't actually think of what it's called. There's actually a term for the relative dimension technology. I can't actually think of it off the top of my head. But anyways, that's what the Muffin Cannon operates on. And it's all good, Sean. Although I'm curious why you're tipsy on Halloween. I think you can, Grenzler. Hammer space. No, brave one. Oh, you can't, Salamander? Never mind, you can't. I'm retarded. Never mind. I've only played Dragon Age 2 once, and honestly, I've never really felt the urge to play it a second time. Time and relative dimension. That's actually it. Hey, Tall. Welcome to the party. You're doomed. Zenoto, Vedelo, Loboto. Why do I have a badge as a ninja? Okay, I admit that was amusing. For those of you who didn't catch it, in order to get down from the Ferris wheel, they scene cut to them being down on the Ferris wheel. very Looney Tunes kind of answer there. Let's go back to being French fries. I wouldn't put it that high, Black Salamander, but like I said, I've actually defended the game. See you around 7th. Have a good one. There you are. Really, Bandit King? That's hilarious. Isaac, that is a very interesting question. In my opinion, yes, for one very simple reason. Dragon Age's Origins ended on a cliffhanger. And I hate cliffhangers that are unresolved. Sean, we are playing Costume Quest, a trick-or-treating game. You know, it kind of seemed appropriate. I am talking, of course, about the major plot threads which were left unresolved. Morrigan's plot thread in her entirety, which also has to do with the whole, the old gods thing and all the unanswered questions about that. And the overall situation with the obvious... See, it's funny, kind of funny. Dragon Age 2 could be said to be all about, you know, the fact that the mages and the Templar were at a boiling point and whatnot, but I felt that was so inconsequential and unnecessary because Dragon Age Origins already did that. Dragon Age Origins already very clearly highlighted the fact that the situation was untenable, that it needed to be resolved, and that a war was coming, in my opinion. So we've got the war, the Warden story with Morrigan, and of course Hawk's story, which is just kind of left dangling, although Hawk is a Dragon Age 2 thing. But anyways, Anders, yeah, Anders. We're not talking about that. Idiot. And by the way, who said that? Raskor. You say that the Warden story is over. You're right. That is a huge problem, especially since I violently disagree with that. Speaking not just as a gamer, but as a writer. That is not the end of the story. Yay! In my playthrough, Morrigan and the Warden were actually lovers. And I don't mean sexually, I mean I went through all the effort and time to actually break through the barriers and actually become involved with her and treat her as a human being rather than, you know, as just anything else. And I think it was probably one of the better designed relationships in a video game I've seen. It was very natural, it felt very human. Of course, I talked about that already. I have got so much candy. By the way, I don't know about you guys, but my Warden went with Morrigan. And yeah, that really, to me, sounds like a cliffhanger. I don't know if you guys have seen the went with Morrigan ending, but that is definitely a cliffhanger ending. I tend to agree, Bandit. This game has so little music, it's kind of bothering me. I'm going to put on some of my own music in a second. Preacher! Star Trek Night, okay? That is a very tough one. Those are all three of those are excellent episodes. So I'm going to have to think about that for just a moment. Given the mood and given the circumstances, Preacher, I would actually personally recommend In the Pale Moonlight. If, however, you're not interested in that, I will offer a counter-argument to myself. Best of Both Worlds was not just a wonderfully incredible character piece and well-developed story and a billion other things I could say positive about it, but it handled one thing that Star Trek usually does very poorly, and that is dread, or indeed Archie and Gaia's horror. I mentioned this before, but one of the things they do well with that is they have a great atmosphere of dread and looming doom on the horizon. It's not actually there yet for most of the things, but I strongly recommend Best of Both Worlds for that reason as well. I will not recommend Scorpion of the three, even though Scorpion is still an awesome episode. So, the Wii U is awesome. Seriously. I can't wait to buy many more games for it when I actually have money. And yeah, Sean, exactly. Morrigan, you have to work at it in order to actually see the character underneath the mask that she throws up. But once you do, she's a really well-developed and interesting character. And I, the person, you know, Archie and Gaia, had a great deal of sympathy and empathy for her. And so, myself, the character, Zagmus, the member of the Bastion, ended up growing very close to her as well as a resultant. I don't think I've talked to you. Anyways. In response to Marquiz's question, the reason why is it was going to take 8 hours to upload, and I'm going to have to upload that overnight, basically, while nobody's using the internet, so I'll have to start that upload again tonight. Bayonetta 2? Yeah, probably. I could see that, Isaac. And again, that's kind of the point, you know, but shrug, I guess, really. Favorite character in Star Trek? In all of Star Trek? Ooh, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. I can't possibly answer that. There are so many excellent characters. So many excellent characters. Main characters, villains, side characters. I don't even know where to begin. I mean, Star Trek's always been about characterization and personal growth and challenging limits and stuff like that, so I have no idea who to answer that. I don't know, I have no idea how to answer that. Favorite in Deep Space Nine. Okay, that's a little bit easier. Dukat before they retconned him. In Waltz, in case you're wondering. And I can talk about that more if you don't know what I'm talking about. Garrick. I'm debating if anyone ties Garrick. Garrick's another fascinating character because he is... Obviously he's awesome, but in addition to being awesome, he has so many layers. He has so much depth to him. There's so much there, you know? Quark is another big one, but see, the problem is there's so many of them that are such awesome characters. It's so hard to nail it down, you know. Cisco, Kira, Bashir. Once they fix him as a character, once they actually give him a character arc, Worf, because he's Worf, and frankly, he got more characterization in Deep Space Nine than he did in, you know, back in TNG for the most part. You know, I could just list the whole cast. I mean, for God's sake, Nog is a character I really liked in Deep Space Nine. And Isaac, I don't know if you know this, but there are actually other continents than Tamriel. They're talked about briefly. There's the one that Akaviri came from. I don't remember its name off the top of my head, forgive me. And there is a second one, which is also referenced here and there in the lore. So they've got 2 other continents they could work with. But frankly, I think we're not going to have that problem for a while. I think they still have to examine each of the major regions in detail, like they've done with Skyrim, Morrowind, and Oblivion, before we actually run out of land. So we've got quite a ways before that's going to happen. Ah. Mm. Yes, I am. Kilgore Kilmore. Interesting name. It is... Well, okay, we've got Voyager, which I'm still going through. Babylon 5 is next. TNG is next. And then I've got nothing for the 4th, so I could easily put DS9 in there. Damn it, Krenzler. Easily blue. I actually like the color blue. Yeah, regardless of everything. Where is the save point in this level? Nah, it doesn't matter. I don't need to save. Armin Shimmerman is awesome. I agree. By the way, admittedly, that was kind of a Earthbound reference. Sorry, guys. Can't resist Earthbound references. Alright, we need some frickin' music. Except now there's music all of a sudden. Tonight, Isaac. And then tomorrow I will be doing the Frozen Throne run. In fact, actually, I'm going to talk about this tomorrow extensively, but I don't actually plan to cheat on my way for Frozen Throne. Because, Frozen Throne is such a wonderful variety in the types of levels it has that cheating is so much less necessary. Ooh, that sounds good, Joppa. You mind if I get some popcorn? Joppa. There it is. Isn't that everything for the vampire suit? No, apparently it isn't. Apparently I'm missing all sorts of stuff. Oh well. Yay! Popcorn for everyone. Oh, did you, Krenzler? I actually rather liked that level, but by the time that had come out, I had already really got into the Maul series of tower defenses. Some of you probably know what I'm talking about. In Warcraft 3. Really, Isaac? Well, I hope you're enjoying it, because Warcraft 3 is awesome! It's such a great game. I can't wait to play Frozen Throne. I'm really excited about it. I hope I'm not in as much pain tomorrow, because I am in a lot of pain right now. Well, this is a fun-looking place. Ah, good, a save point. By the way, Babylon 5 for life. So here's a question, a really weird question that most of you probably aren't going to understand. When I do this, do you think peace, or do you think victory? Just curious. Oh god, she's a goth girl. That's the plot. I just figured out the entire plot in a nutshell. She's a goth girl and she wants to live in the monster world because she's all gothy, but she doesn't actually belong there. Oh my god. Wow. Anyways, interesting how many of you said, peace. By the way, I am technically cheating. What I usually mean for that is both. After all, is not peace, true peace, not the word peace, a victory? Babylon 5 is a television series from the late 90s, Marquis, that is my personal favorite television show of all time. And I mean that without facetiousness. It is genuinely the best television I've ever seen. It was only out for a few seasons, but it had a fantastic storyline, wonderful characterization, and excellent production values and presentation, and it really liked to examine deep issues, both philosophical, literal, and otherwise. And that's one of the reasons I intend to be ruminating. I'm going to be doing it from a very different perspective from Voyager. Basically, in any given episode, I'm mostly going to be talking about the concepts and ideas and whatnot that they bring up. Favorite character in Babylon 5 is easy. Can anyone guess it? Lore run of No More Heroes? There's no lore to that game. You're making stuff up now, Bandit. Raskor wins the prize. Londo is without question my favorite character. So wonderful of an example of how to do someone who is literally a villain and a good guy all in the same time. Absolutely incredible. Lorerunner of Pokemon? I could do that, but I won't. Because there is lore to Pokemon. A lot of it's theoretical. Lorerunner affects Xanadu? That'd be interesting. I've heard of Trigun, I don't care for it personally, but then again, I don't care for most anime. And Wrath, yes, my TNG series will also be different from Voyager. Any given television show, when I do a rumination of, will be in a different format. Preacher, I don't want to talk about it too much, because, you know, I want to have something to talk about when I actually get to the ruminations. But suffice it to say, I think it was an excellent way to demonstrate it. And it's also worth noting, I don't think any of the other characters on Babylon 5 would have, for lack of a better way to put it, fallen and been accepted their fate of being tied to the wheel, like Londo did. Oh, okay, here you go, Aded. I'll go and do that one. I already did that, Ojunix. So, Big Rigs Overroad Racing. Once upon a time, there was a gentleman who made fun of racers, okay, and people who drove for a living. His idea was that anyone who does something like that is just, you know, your basic humdrum idiot who could, anybody could do that job, you know, it's just driving. And one day, because, you know, fate loves to have a sense of irony, as he was driving around about, he ended up having a car crash due to basically driver error. He screwed up, and as a result, he died. Now, what ended up happening was he ended up within the Burning Hells, which is a place I built for people like him. And his fate was that he had to then drive for the rest of his life. But rather than just giving him a decent car or anything like that, we threw him into a semi which doesn't work properly, where the rules of physics don't work properly, and he had to drive across country with no point or gimmick for the rest of his eternal unlife. There you go. Well, thank you, Bowman. I'm actually really looking forward to doing some more Chimera runs. The only reason I didn't do it today is because I'm in a lot of pain, and Chimera runs pretty much are some of the hardest things I've ever done. Requires a huge amount of concentration and effort, so... I mean, I'm having trouble playing Costume Quest, for God's sakes, and this is a quick time event game. What does MRM mean, Akalaka? Favorite season? I'd probably go with 3, personally. And by the way, in response to the sexism argument, which I've been just kind of leaving alone, I just have a curious thought here I want to toss out there. I have a weird feeling that I only actually have one of my viewers, other than Super Awesome KJ, of course, who is actually female. Which is a weird thought to me. Usually my friends and whatnot are almost evenly split male and female. It's so weird to have my viewer base be so predominantly male. Yes, Bragwin, you are the exception. Congrats. See, I disagree with that, Bowman, because I actually have had quite a few female gamers that I've both met and interacted with in my life. And I don't find them to be less common than male gamers, all things considered. Now, maybe that's just in my experience. Oh, yeah, you're right, the Gawas are female, too. I actually forgot about them, because they've been so absent lately. So we've got the Gawas, so that's 2, Brigwin, and Super Awesome KJ. Preacher, I think it was actually really well done, because if you think about it, Jakar was, again, pretty much the perfect person to go through that. Someone who had suffered even before the story started, and then suffered more, but in such a quiet and interesting way. And he made such a wonderful transition from someone who was effectively the villain, if you remember in Season 1, to someone who started to actually think and put his, use his brain, to someone who started to realize, almost regretfully, just how screwed up the situation was. So, Minecraft. I have, in fact, played Minecraft a great deal. Someday I may play Minecraft again. Someday. After it broke my heart. See you around, D. Cortez. These guys are way higher level than me. I think I need to level a bit more than I've been doing. And victory. Don't forget victory. Donuts. Sorry, D. Cortez. I can't say it. It's against union rules. Now, see, Maz, I actually disagree with that. Well, okay, I actually agree with that, but in my opinion, the internet is a hostile place for gamers, regardless of gender. The internet is just plain a hostile place for gamers, and it kind of sucks, to be a little bit blunt. Tell you what, D-Cord is. I'll say it, but I'm not going to yell it, okay? The world is made of love and peace. There you go. Lore on the dog from Duck Hunt? I've actually already done that one. Sorry, Ogenix. I don't like to do repeat lore runs. God, this hurts. Oh my god, this hurts so much. Yeah, True Town, pretty much, and Isaac both just kind of summarized my comments. The internet is just a hostile place, period. Gender doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter. What it is you're into doesn't matter. If you're into television, if you're into movies, if you're into games, doesn't matter. The internet is a hostile place. The internet is a wonderful example of technology because it is equally as good as it is bad. It is very neutral. Apparently I need to go the other way. Oh, Bandit, don't make me do that. First of all, I lack the ability to stream something on the PSP, and I prefer to play the PSP version because, you know, it's an awesome, proper remake. Second of all, I don't like playing that game, as incredible as the story is. Damn it. How do I get over there? Oh, there. I see the path now. That is really what it comes down to, Bandit. Make no mistake, Final Fantasy Tactics has one of the best storylines I've ever seen in any work of fiction. And probably one of the better villains, easily in the top 5 villains that I've ever seen. But Damn, I do not like playing that game. I've actually replayed it a couple times, and I've come up with a strategy for replays. All monk party. Seriously, all monks. Try it sometime. It actually works surprisingly well. You set them up with the move +2 or whatever. I don't even remember what you get that from. It's Ninja, I think. And you're basically set. That's not the actual... I've never actually used that strategy yet. It's just something I theoretically plan on doing the next time I play the game. But, my last strategy was a nice and varied party, which took forever to level and drove me crazy. And yeah, I agree, Kuro. It's actually funny that you mentioned that. When I was very, very young, the internet came out. And one of the things that I thought very early on, I mean, we're talking like single-digit years here, was that I made a point to type and try to speak, you know, in my style of typing in a way that would be very similar to how I myself would actually be talking if I was in person, right? And I say that because it's so weird, because near as I can tell, most people have like the exact opposite mentality there. They try very hard to be, you know, to be anonymous or to be someone else or to try to pretend or lie or whatever. It was just such a natural thought process for me to do that, and I do that even to this day. It's one of the reasons, you know, when I first started doing these videos, I tried so hard to behave as though I was myself, as though I was talking to some friends to the camera there, was because that's just been my mentality since forever. Yeah, I imagine I'm not the only way that I'm not the only one who's like that. But yeah. Damn it, Kuro. What'd I tell you about emotions? All they do is screw everything up. Oh, emoticons, I'm sorry. Misunderstood that. There's only one emoticon I tend to use often. O.uppercase O. And it literally is just when I do this in real life. And I tend to do it when I would do it in real life, because, you know, I'm a total loser. Oops. Wow, he just killed me. Damn it, Preacher. Just for that, I'm gonna go all Hallows Eve on you. That was an interesting attack. Hey, Sora Oathkeeper, what's up? Happy Halloween. Or All Hallows Eve, or whatever the hell you want to call it. As with the Christmas argument, I really don't think it matters what you call it, as long as you know, celebrate the intent. Or indeed celebrate anything at all. Popcorn. No, 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 no. Tall, today my moderator shall be me. Heartless me, actually. Actually, not to get too much into that argument, but I gotta be honest with you. One of the things that irritates me is people who get really uppity about either calling it Christmas or calling it holidays, you know, happy holidays, Merry Christmas. I'm sorry, but I'm one of those people who really gets irritated when other people get really irritated about that. And I know that sounds weird, but you probably know what I'm talking about. This Sora Oathkeeper is a game called Costume Quest. I am trick-or-treating in an RPG on Halloween. It seemed to be appropriate. Now, again, I don't want to get into a religious thing. I never want to talk about that on my streams. But it's just interesting to me that so many people back in Kansas City especially would get so uppity about, oh, it's not called this, it's called that. And some people, you know, I'd walk up to someone, I'd say, you know, Merry Christmas, because it's one of the few times of the year I can say, you know, I hope you're doing well, with such a simple phrase that won't make people look at you strangely. Because I mean that in general. Nowadays I just say, you know, good day or whatever, because, you know, you can't say Merry Christmas in general. But then they show up and, you know, you say that and they get all uppity at you, like, oh, it's not called Christmas, I don't believe in anything, it's called the holidays. And I just want to look at them and say, look, I'm just trying to say, do well, okay? I wish you well. That's all I care about, okay? That's all I care about. Peace, you know? God. Sorry, it's just a huge peeve of mine. Alright, let's discuss religion, okay? Alright, discussion over. Good talk, guys. Good talk. I should go save after having finished the hedge maze. Oh, my neck. Yes, Jopa. I'm getting lots of popcorn. It's awesome. Thank you very much. I'm eating it osmosisly. Is that a word? Osmosisly? Oh, excuse me. Oh, right. I need to... Okay. Okay, this lack of music is really starting to bother me, guys, so I apologize. I'm just going to fire up my Variants 02 playlist. There we go. You probably can't even hear that music. Hell, I can barely hear that music. There we go. Okay, now what? I agree, Bandit. I've actually been talking about that a lot lately with my friend Pax. He and I were talking about Assassin's Creed 3. And he felt that one of the reasons he didn't like it as much as he wanted was because... Ah, damn it, I don't have the right costumes on. Was because there wasn't good music utilization in it. In fact, I was talking about that with Kingdom Hearts 2, for those of you who were there for that. Music needs to be in a video game, in my opinion. That's just my opinion on the matter. Flat and sincere, and I just do not enjoy a game nearly as much when it doesn't have music. And yes, by the way, that is correct, Tall. When you fill up the candy, you level up. Or Black Salamander, whoever asked that. DuckTales, woo! Just to sleep tonight. Whew. I am in a hellacious amount of pain, Tall. My neck is so stiff and swollen that it hurts just to sit here. I'm actually on a pain pill right now. Not a big one, just a medium one, but still. See you around, Agamemnon. Have a good one. The bottom one is what you use as a couple hours ago, Tall. The bottom one is your currency. Yay, way back. No, it's kicked in, Tal. It's just not enough. To put it a little bluntly. I do hope that the surgery will actually assist in problems like this. Yes, True Town. Damn, it's third. What'd I tell you about playing Civ 5 while I'm streaming? Ah, dare you. Oh, hey, I can... Okay, so Ojunix, where do I get... Okay, right, it was in the, It was in the arcade. So I need to figure out how to get to the arcade. I'm going the wrong way. So here's an interesting question for everyone, because I've heard a lot of people have differing opinions on this. In summary, what is your preferred RPG battle style? And I'll go and give you 3 examples. There's your fully active type combat, Secret of Mana, Kingdom Hearts, Legend of Zelda style thing. There's your active time battle, the majority of the Final Fantasies from 4 on fall into this category. And then there's your fully turn-based battle, Pokemon, Final Fantasy X, that kind of thing, and indeed the game I'm playing right now. What's your preference, and why, if applicable? Interesting results here. I shouldn't bob my head, that hurts. By the way, of the 3, in case you're curious of my response, I prefer either fully turn-based or fully action. That is to say, Pokemon or Kingdom Hearts, to use the examples. In general, I prefer fully action. I've always liked the ability to actually control my character. You know, Secret of Mana, again, being a huge example of that. But, that being said, fully turn-based is its own wonderful level of strategy, and that's one of the things that, you know, I like about the Pokemon series, for example. And as many people have said before, Final Fantasy X does that extremely well, all things considered. There we go. No, wrong thing. There we go. 4. Now the problem is, and Bowman just brought it up, thank you Bowman, a lot of games that have fully action-based combat don't actually do it that well. Kingdom Hearts does it pretty well, depending on the Kingdom Hearts games, not all of them do. Some of the Kingdom Hearts do. Birth by Sleep, there you go, good example of doing it incredibly properly. Another good example of that is, of course, and I know I've said it like 3 times, but just let's just make it correct here, Secret of Mana. No, what is Unix? guess I'll just keep going. Heroes of Might and Magic? Oh no, there's a series I haven't played in a long time. I haven't played that since, like, the 90s, I think, actually. It was good back when I played it, though. Now, see, it's interesting you point that out, Holy Smite, because one of the things I really like is when you have a situation which seems like a no-win scenario, and you manage to figure out the exact combination of what to do to actually make it work out. A good example of this, if you caught my Paper Mario 2 stream, when I was on the very last boss, the boss had like 13 health or whatever. My partner was down, I had 1 health left, so whatever I did that turn was going to decide the fight. And I thought about my options excessively, and for, you know, like a solid minute, and figured out a way that I could actually do the 13 damage within the round and actually win. That was awesome. You know, that was wonderful. And you actually have to, you know, that kind of thing, in my opinion, is still just as awesome as pulling off super awesome combos and whatnot in, for example, Kingdom Hearts or Demon Souls or whatever. Insert game of choice here. Well, I got the unicorn thing. Yay! Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Casters. Yeah, casters can be pretty OP depending on the game. Turtles in Time. There's another good one. I'm a unicorn, guys. Fear my elite skills. Hang on, I want you to be 9. I want you to be 5. Or no, I want you to be 7. And I want you to be 5. There we go. Lol, preacher. No, I didn't, Wrath. I'm still missing a few pieces from it. Where the hell was the mummy thing that I got here from? Was it upstairs? God, I genuinely don't remember. Oh, really, Ogenix? I did not know that. Good night, Black Salamander. Have a good one. Well, in that case, I'll go with 7. You go with... 3. Oh, hey, that reminds me. Anybody here care about D&D or anything tabletop related? Fantasy General. Oh, I remember that game. I actually was a big fan of the Perfect General games, even though I kind of sucked at them, to be completely honest with you. Well, some of you may or may not be aware of the fact that Akalaka has returned. And now that he's returned, I can ask him a question. Oh really, Kilgore? What system you running? Just out of curiosity. Okay, Ogenix, where am I going? I'm losing focus and concentration, and I'm kind of lost. I don't know where to go to get back to the teleporters. I am at a stage that I tend to refer to now as swimming, because it feels like my entire mind is swimming, and it's hard to focus on stuff. Yes, where do I go there, Ogenix? Where is the mummies that I used to teleport around? Anybody else who remembers can feel free to jump in too. I just don't remember where I'm going to get back there. Ah, gotcha. That means I need to go down a step. Anyways, sorry, getting back to the point. as you know, or maybe know, I actually have my own system. I call the Magasean rule set. And I'm actually really pleased with it. It's only had 2 bugs to date. And of the 2 bugs I've had, I've already fixed them, you know, and since resolved the problems I was having. And it's been working really well, the players like it, blah blah blah. And I've been thinking about working on a, here we are. Basically a variant on the Magasean system for, where am I going? I'm going here. For a theoretical campaign I've been deciding working on. And basically what I'm getting at is I was curious of your guys' thought on it. This is dark. Put simply, I've often said that one of the key elements to a good tabletop campaign is to have a good setting. Now, what defines a good setting? 3 things, in my opinion. Item 1. It has to be something that the GM knows inside and out. Every time the GM has to go and actually reference a document in order to know, you know, what's in this area or anything like that, generally I feel like that's a bad thing, is what I'm getting across. And while that can be tolerable under certain circumstances or every now and again, if that's the norm, I feel like that's not going to work out that well. Just my opinion as a GM, okay? Second thing that really exemplifies a good setting. The GM really enjoys the setting, for whatever reason. Either it's because it's interesting concepts, or it's got a nice premise, or there's so many different things you can do with it, or there's interesting stories within it, whatever the reason, okay? And, third thing, the players really enjoy the setting. And that's, you know, I shouldn't even have to say anything. I think that's pretty obvious, all things considered. Good night, preachers. Preacher. Remember, the Borg. Oh hey, it's Priscilla. Cutscene. Very dramatic. No, come back, sis. No. No, this is not... Oh my god. References. No, Bandit King. I have no idea how I'm at. Steam, maybe? Oh god, boss fight. Yes, I have to both questions, Maz. Oh my god, it really is a unicorn. Well, that's interesting. I was with it until the head. It was alright, Maz. Not too good, not too bad. So-so. Why is Pretty Panakia her best attack? I'll agree with that, Maz. It just didn't wow me, is really what I'm getting across. Nothing wrong with it, just didn't really get to me. Oh, man. I'm really losing concentration. So, I was talking about D&D. I'm just gonna say it flat out. What ended up happening, I don't know if I've told you guys the whole story, but long story short, a long time ago, I built a custom world that I called Elemente while I was working on the Magasean rule set. And a lot of people really didn't, well, let's just say that the players I had in mind for it weren't going to play in it. Put it that way. And so, as a resultant of that, I got really discouraged and was working on another story, another thing I was going to do. I put that down because I ended up working on Primus, aka Dareth, instead, and that obviously that's been going for almost a year at this point now. I read that as Unix. So I've been thinking about finally going ahead and finishing putting together a rule set for something else, and I was just curious what you guys think of it. It's a setting that already exists. It's not one of mine. It's not a custom one. And a few things would have to be debated and deliberated on, but basically I was thinking about doing a Warcraft D&D game. Now, some of you out there may already know that there is, in fact, a Warcraft D&D tabletop rule set already existing. I'm going to just be blunt. I don't like it. I actually have the books, and I dislike them a lot. I really don't think that they are good. It's a good thing. I think it's more trying to make Warcraft more like D&D rather than D&D more like Warcraft. So I'm going to go ahead and make a variant of my own Magasean rules that fit more to the Warcraft rules. And there's a few things that need to be debated, you know, when the story sounds, stuff like that. But there is one thing I am very adamant on. The idea here is that, for example, let's say I started it during the time of Warcraft 3, or let's say I started it during the beginning of World of Warcraft's vanilla, you know. The lore, the setting, the story would be permeable. It would be changeable. You could actually change how the story evolves and grows based on the interactions of the players. That's something I would very much be pushing for, all things considered. So yeah, I'm just curious what you think of the idea as a whole, now that I finally had enough concentration to get my idea out there. So let's see what Pretty Panakia does. A really big single target heal. Exactly, Isaac. Hello, Krasusu. Happy Halloween. But yeah, that's exactly right, Isaac. And because I know Warcraft so intimately and so thoroughly, I could actually tell you exactly what would happen. I mean, I could do a good way of, you know, what would change based on the player interaction, rather than trying to have to make it up based on limited information, because I know Warcraft so well. Actually, there's a game like that on Steam, Tall. It's an accounting game, whose name I can't think of. I don't know how to stun her. So she's just gonna get her big attack off. Oh, I have no idea, Isaac. I'm still in the middle of running, you know, my own campaign in Primus, which I'm always obviously very well invested in. And I'm also playing in another campaign, and theoretically playing in another campaign. No. God, I don't even have her at half health yet. I haven't decided yet, Isaac, and it would also partially be up to the players involved. Because, you know, I would want to have a particular time in which that would appeal to everyone involved. Okay, Unix will do. I'm sure there is Rascor, and especially, you know, the My Pretty Panikia thing. That happens to me pretty often, Kilgore, but I've tried to get used to it over the years, I should say. Over the days. Yeah, I've only been GMing for days, and not 2.5 decades. Favorite RPG world? Well, Warcraft is kind of cheating, isn't it? So, ignoring that... Man, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. No. Well, I can't answer Primus because, you know, I built that world. I'm a little bit prejudiced when it comes to it. See you around, Bowman. Okay. So you want me to do robot, jack-o'-lantern, unicorn? You know, you say that, Tall, but you're totally wrong. Ojunix, talk to me. Help me out for the actual final boss. Okay, so apparently I'm going to be doing unicorn. And we're also going to be saving. Bye. Bye. Nope, Tall. I mean, you could try and fail miserably. I suppose then you'd be miserable, so there you go. But then you'd be dead, so, you know. Wasn't there a save thing, like, right here? God, I would never want to live in tactics. Especially as a commoner, which is what I would be. That'd be terrible. Ah, god dang it. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live in Elder Scrolls either. No, thank you. I'm sorry, Tall. Secretly, I'm not sorry at all. Nothing is worse than Warhammer. Well, okay, that's a lie, but damn. Alright, let's go talk to poor Drusilla, who is simply too beautiful for this world. Oops, I didn't actually mean to do that. No, I'm good, Oceanix. I got this. Tonight, I will finally beat Custom Quest. Like a month and a half after Oceanix gave me the game. Damn it. Come on. There we go. Alright, so, to continue our epic last battle. I like how she's literally telling you, this will be the last fight if you don't leave me alone. This will be the last fight if you don't leave me alone. Probably Isaac. As I said, it's one of the very few worlds that fits from tier 1 and up due to its nature. Yes, I have, Javan. Only briefly, though. So I can't say anything, but I know it exists. That's about all I got. Ultimate last battle of Doom. I like how these kids are just jerks. The voracious, insatiable muffin! Oh, that's unpleasant. A fat Grim Reaper. That's a new one. Oh, big bones. Oh, God, I get it. That hurts. Inadmissible. I like the peppermint candy eyes, by the way. I like how she just kind of slouches off. And now to fight the last boss. Interesting. You'll like it in my stomach. It smells great in there. I just ate a bunch of bacon. That does not smell good. Well, here we go. No political jokes. God damn. Don't be silly, Ed. There's no such thing as a good fighting game. Other than The City is, of course, and Street Fighter 2 Turbo, and a few dozen others I can name. SNK, anybody? Killer Instinct, the first one. That is really gross. Pumpkins scream at the dead of night. Exactly, sure you. Isn't this an awesome last boss? Very appropriate for Halloween. Okay, I really could use a heal, but I won't get it till next round. So she's gonna pass out, and she's the one who can res. That sucks. Oh well. Glad I saved. And she's gone. Oh wow, she lived. Holy moly. Ooh, that's bad. Damn it, I just healed. Ew. That's kind of creepy, actually. Maybe I should have brought the second healer. Okay, yeah, I probably should have brought the second healer. You led me wrong, Ajunix. How could you? One healer with one single target heal is not making this work. And a bit. Let's fix this. Chris Hansen. I can't do it. Blah, blah, blah. Can I skip this? Yes, I can. Fantastic. Okay, so. See you around, Isaac. Lol, sure you. Only you would think that's a weeping angel. A weeping angel of America! America! Wait, Aklaka, did you just say nobody plays Pokemon anymore? In which case, what country are you from? I mean, really? Hell, I played Pokemon last night. Pokemon, White 1, in case anyone's curious. Oh! Well, yeah, nobody watches Pokemon. It's a terrible show. I spit upon it. Puh, 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 puh. A friend of mine actually bought me Black 2, so I have finally replaced my copy of that, and I'll be able to play that. It's actually showing up Saturday, so I'm actually really looking forward to that. Although I need to put it off, because I need to finish Birth by Sleep, so I can finish Recoded, so I can finish Dreamed of Distance, so I can actually finish my ruminations on those, and people could stop screaming at me for it. Ack-lack-lack, without spoiling anything, how awesome do you think X and Y is? Because everything I've actually seen about X and Y is like really awesome, from what I've seen. Like everything. I seriously, every tidbit of news is like yes to me. By the way, Krenzler, I've actually seen that video too. It's actually really funny. Sugar Rush! Awesome. I'm really looking forward to it, but I'm still not going to play it until I finish Black and Black 2, or sorry, White and then Black 2. Oh, is there really not a post-game in XY? That wouldn't surprise me, honestly. Yeah, that hurts. That hurts a lot. Yeah, one of the things I liked best about Platinum, and one of the reasons I've been calling Platinum my favorite Pokemon to date, is the post-game was lengthy and awesome. Oh, come on, I just healed her. Okay, this is gonna suck. Please tell me this is the last form. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Oh god damn it! I forgot that his ultimate does percentage damage. Flack! Okay. That's... wow. Irritated. By the way, Red is infinitely better than Ash. I'd just like to say that. I am going to beat this guy without leveling, I swear. This is my last attempt, though. Which one was Gen 5? Why would people hate on Gen 5? Gen 5 is awesome. Eh, whatever. People are dumb. People are dumb. Pokemon Colosseum. I don't actually care for Colosseum myself. But that's because it's pretty much just battling. There's no leveling, there's no team building, there's no, you know, story, there's no RPG elements. Not my thing. Yeah, Krasusu has the right of it. Hating new stuff is hip. My most disliked Pokemon is easily, and without question, whichever Pokemon is your favorite. No, I'm kidding. There you go, Jinx. I hate Jinx. There you go. Actually, as weird as it sounds, there is a Pokemon I tend to not like, which is hilarious because Crobat is my favorite Pokemon by far. But I tend to get irritated by Zubat because all he frickin' does is confuse Ray. Victini's awesome. I wish I still had mine, but it's gone forever. Sigh. Actually, I have one Akalaka, and I'll probably have to use it to get them back, because, see, what ended up happening is, I had gotten Victini in Black and White, and then I'd gotten the time-based event Pokemon in Black and White 2, and another legendary. I had like 3 legendaries. There was the robot one, the little fire guy, and there was another one. I can't even remember all of them. I had like 3 legendaries, and they were all sitting on my White 2 cartridge to be traded over to my Black 1 cartridge whenever I got to that point of the game. And then I lost my White 2 cartridge. Genesect, that's it. So I kind of still feel bad about that, and lost 3 of my legendaries. So, whatever. Oh, tell me about it, Kursusu. It'd be like going back to play Fallout 1. Ow. Okay, we can do this time, guys. Damn, that hurts. I kind of agree, Ojunix. I see what they were going with it, because Pokemon, as far as the marketing and the development, has always been very much about, you know, interacting with other people for real, as weird as that sounds. And I get where they're going with that, but I agree that it does get a little bit frustrating if you're an introverted shut-in who doesn't really interact with other people. Or worse, if you're someone like, you know, me, who doesn't have anyone else who plays Pokemon. Ow. Okay. Dramatic death scene. Gotta have a dramatic death scene. Yay, we won! And the hollow minion is dead. And there's Dorian, Dorcilla's brother. And we're giving away candy, because why not? Duck Hunt, you got it. We promise to do this every Halloween. No, no! Yeah, we have the last boss still. Dad tax? Really? And then he takes more. Oh my god. Oh, that would be awesome, Bandit. I think that would actually make the game better. Alright, we beat the guy, and then Necron shows up. Yes and no, Bandit, but ultimately, no. By the way, some of you may not actually be aware of this, but this is a Tim Schafer game. I know a lot of people tend to overblow Tim Schafer, and oh my god, all Tim Schafer games are awesome. But I do think it was actually, it did have some of his distinctive style in it. Is there anything at the end of the credits, Linux? They are pretty cool, admittedly, but that's not what I was asking. Alright, we're gonna go and bow out of here then. The end. Happy Halloween. Themes of Final Fantasy as an overall series. That's funny you mentioned that. I had to think about that for reasons that I can't spoil. But if I pull up my notes here, dogs should always be Moogles. Always. Where is it? Final Fantasy. There it is. Personal growth, I would say, is the overall theme of all of the Final Fantasies. What would be cool? Hands only? I don't understand hands only. What do you mean, Jovan? Ojunix, I give Costume Quest a 0.001 out of 10. Mostly Krasusu. I will be playing Origins 1 on the Game Boy Advance, Origins 2. Wait, I decided to skip 2, didn't I? I need to figure out if I can cheat with Origins 2, because if I can't, then I'm skipping it, because I'm not playing that game without cheating. I flat refuse. FF3DS, FF4DS, FF5 GBA, FF6 GBA, FF7 PSN, FF8 PSN, FF9 PSN, FF10 obvious, FF10-2 if people donate for it, obvious, FF12 obvious, FF13 if people donate for it, obvious. Yeah, I flat refuse to play FF2 again. See, here's the problem. FF2 could be considered one of two things. Either incredibly difficult if you play it at low level, well, low level, there are no levels in the game, or incredibly grindy. And I don't think you guys want to watch me just grind for literally hours on end. So, Ojunix, would you relax? It was a good game. I refuse to give it a thing, though. A number. I refuse, for it is against union rules. Oh my. Ah. Yes, it is. Javan knows what I'm talking about. I'm sure several of you know what I'm talking about. FF2 is the grindiest RPG I've ever played in my life, and I mean that sincerely. Yes, Marquis. This is in fact the Master Sword. Now, the funny thing is, this is actual metal underneath here. And on top of that, this is actually sharp. So, it was a gift from several awesome people for my birthday. I have the shield too, but I can't actually use it. Good night, Kuro. Have a good one. Hope to see you tomorrow for Frozen Throne. And yes, Bandit, it is an actual sword. Unfortunately, my health doesn't permit me to utilize it as much as I used to, but I actually took sword fighting and studied it a great deal in my youth. I used to be really good at it. I've even taught other people. So I really appreciate it. Actually, I'm Ganon. You see, I won. So, yeah. There we go. Whoops. Again into the past. That sounds really, really dumb, Breakwin. I mean, the fact that... never mind, I'm gonna shut up. Yes, I actually created the third timeline. Probably in the evening, as opposed to my usual start time for these kind of things, because I'm sure most people won't actually be ready to go until afternoon or evening rolls around. Whoops, wrong thing. Wrong thing again, there we go. So I won't actually be starting until the evening rolls around. I don't know what time. I'll throw out a Twitter notification like I usually do when I'm about ready to start. For now, I need to relax for a bit and try to get my neck to untense just a little bit. My god, I can actually see how swollen it is, and my neck's at a bad angle too. Well, Shiryu, I hope you enjoy it. Hang on, Shiryu. Hang on, let me say this properly. There we go. I hope you enjoy it. Let me just fire up my Wii U here. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna fire it up. But this is what you're getting, Shiryu, in case you're curious. And yes, it's very awesome. It's also kind of dusty at the moment. I haven't actually been playing it lately because I've had so much other stuff going on, and I've been kind of holding off on playing Wind Waker until I can stream it. But it is very awesome. And as I said when I did the unpackaging stream and started playing around it, it's a lot more comfortable than you'd think it would be. It's such a large controller, but it's very comfy. It's very well designed. It fits the hands quite well, all things considered. Very fun. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and stop this so I can relax my neck and hopefully get some sleep tonight. I'm gonna have to take another pain pill. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully. Peace. Victory. V for victory. Good night, guys.